Okay, City Clerk, we're all here and ready to get started.
Okay, you're recording.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody, and thanks for your patience. I will call the Los Altos City Council regular meeting of Tuesday, November 9th, 2021 to order at 7:07 p.m. City Clerk, can you please call the roll and establish quorum?
Sure. Councilmember Liang,
Here.
Councilmember Meadows,
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Here.
Vice Mayor Enander,
Here.
and Mayor Fleiger.
Here.
Thank you. All council members are present.
Thank you. Next, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, and I'm so excited to have Emmy Mosley lead us in the pledge. Emmy is a special day class student at Loyola Elementary School. She volunteers as a student valet and started and leads a cheer club for all students at Loyola. Nice to see you, Emmy. If everybody else could please go on mute, and we will have Emmy lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Excellent, Emmy. Emmy, well done. Thank you. Is your cheer club going well?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? No, congratulations. That's awesome. That's true leadership. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Fleiger.
Thank you. Okay, next we will move on to report on closed session, and I have nothing to report from our closed session held earlier today. So next we will move to changes to the order of the agenda. Does any council member have a request to change the order of the agenda? Okay, I see no hands. So I will move to public comments on items not on the agenda. City Clerk, I see a couple of hands raised. So I'll look to you to let me know what the count is so then I can say how much time for each speaker.
Madam Mayor, I see 4 hands raised. 5.
Okay.
6.
Let's do 2 minutes each.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our first speaker would be Al Rooney.
Al, can you hear us?
Mr. Rooney. Oh.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
I'm trying to cede my time to someone. Have I got the right time on the line here to do that?
Yes, Al, who do you want to cede your time to?
Yes, to Scott Spielman for item number 8.
Oh, so we're not doing item number 8 yet. So you'll have to wait, Mr. Rooney, until we call item 8 for
Okay.
you to then cede your time.
Okay.
Does he have to raise a hand again?
I'll just raise my hand again at that time.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. I was trying to follow the stuff in the paper. Sorry about that, folks.
No problem, Al.
Go ahead.
Our next speaker is identified by a number, the last 4 digits, 0852. You are unmuted. I think we can hear them now. Speaker at 0852.
Can you mute them, Andrea?
Okay, our next speaker would be Ann Paulson.
Good evening.
Ann?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As an affordable housing advocate, I often hear that Los Altos can't afford to build affordable housing on our own, or even contribute cash because we are so strapped for money. But this week, I read that the City Council has agreed to an $800,000 payoff to prevent the SB 935 project at 40 Main Street, which would include 15 units of housing, 2 affordable, from being built. This is on top of the enormous legal costs for illegally denying the project in the first place. And I remember a couple of years ago, the city spent $2.85 million to prevent 3 units of housing from being developed at 999 Fremont in Loyola Corners. So I asked myself, how is it that the city can't afford to build any housing because the wallet is empty, but somehow when it's time to prevent housing from being built, we are suddenly able to reach behind the couch cushions and discover more than $4 million. What luck! If we didn't waste the money preventing housing, we could use it to build affordable housing. I urge the city to have better priorities going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne.
Our next speaker is Gary Hedden.
Honored Mayor and City Council, I am Gary Hedden, Los Altos resident. Presentation by the Environmental Commissioners last week on the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan was very good. It clearly set out the goals and admitted that it still needs important details, such as the timeline for each action, better cost estimates, and a better understanding of the expected GHG reductions. Make no mistake, achieving carbon neutrality by 2035 will be difficult. Some of the specific targets are relatively easy. For example, one that I enjoy, planting trees. Unfortunately, success won't come from achieving only the easy targets. The difficult one will be changing the way we heat our homes and water, not just newly constructed homes, but all existing homes. Without home energy retrofits, we won't achieve our 2035 goal. That will be a challenge. Home energy retrofits are expensive, but I am sure attractive financing can be arranged and incentives offered. Getting people to change will be a bigger barrier. That will take strong leadership from you, the 5 council members. Please accept that challenge. We in Los Altos know it is important and we can afford it. We can be the leaders on this. We should be the leaders. It is for the benefit of our children and grandchildren, and I want to be able to tell my grandkids, yes, we led the way and we showed it can be done. Won't that be a nice success? Thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
Our next speaker is Roberta.
Of course. Can you hear me now?
Roberta,
Yeah, hi, it's Roberta.
hello, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So I just want to talk a little bit about our city finances. It was nobody's fault that COVID happened. And right now our expenditures are far exceeding our revenues. And just, everybody to think about being fiscally responsible when they make decisions on where and how to spend our money. Calcott in last week's meeting, said that we, really don't have any money for CIP projects for the next 2 years or maybe 3 years or so. We have 60 CIP projects already in the queue. And, we really need to focus on the essential work that the city needs to do, the basic services. And as residents, we're all willing to be patient. We understand, and we'll hope that City Council is also patient and gives our new city manager, new finance director, the time to straighten things out, present to you, the end of the year numbers, have you an opportunity to review the, move forward and change direction, that you have all the information needed to represent all of the residents of Los Altos and do things that are fiscally responsible. Thank you.
Thanks, Roberta.
Our next speaker is Pilar Verlong.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening. My name is Pilar Furlong, and I'm the Chief Community Resources Officer for Bill Wilson Center. We're a local nonprofit here in Santa Clara County that's working to end youth and family homelessness. I'm here this evening to just let the community know that November is Runaway and Homeless Youth Prevention Month. This is a nationwide campaign spearheaded each November to increase awareness about homelessness among youth and young adults in our community and to spotlight the resources available for youth in crisis. This is especially critical in Santa Clara County because despite being a technology hub, our county now has the 4th highest population of homeless individuals in the entire nation and the highest rate of unaccompanied homeless youth. The longer a person is homeless, the longer it takes and the costlier it is to help them transition into permanent housing. Lacking adequate employment and skills for independent living also increases the likelihood that homeless youth will become chronically homeless adults as well. Bill Wilson Center has been serving homeless youth and young parent families in the county for over 45 years. The homeless clients we serve are typically range from children as young as 11 who have run away to older youth between the ages of 18 to 24. Our goal is to provide an integrated system of care that helps homeless youth attain stable housing, either through family reunification or through economic self-sufficiency. This means that we not only offer immediate shelter, but we provide the supportive services that go along with that, like healthcare and mental health support and job training. So if you like to know more about our agency and the work we're doing, you can visit our website at billwilsoncenter.org. And if anyone knows a young person who is homeless, please refer them to us. We take youth from all over the county.
Thank you, Pilar.
Our next speaker is Janine Valadez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Tonight, I'm speaking as a Parks and Rec Commissioner. I'm also a resident for the city. My comment is in the spirit of educating the public. Assertions made by a resident in the November 3rd edition of the Town Crier displayed naivete about the authority afforded Los Altos commissions, including the Parks and Rec Commission, which was the target of his letter to the editor. The commenter asserted that during the dog park pilot, the park ignored the following. First, quote, over 300 dog owners who wanted the Hillview site, despite the commenter's stated opinion that the Hillview site was, quote, the worst place and too far away for most residents to use, end quote. Said we ignored, quote, repeated public requests to add perimeter fencing at most of the parks of the city for the safety of kids and dogs, end quote. He said the park ignored pleas for fencing around playgrounds to keep dogs away from kids, end quote. He said we ignored requests from a member to, quote, to establish, quote, enforcement, 100% oversight, and immediate response to complaints. The irony of the commenter's assertions is that most of the requests he cites were in fact recommendations my colleagues made in the pilot report. But my topic for tonight is not to debate the report. Instead, lest members of the public read this opinion piece and think that the park failed to build fences and hire attendants, I asked the City Council to educate the public about the role of commissions and how we have no operational authority in this city. Moreover, we serve at the pleasure of the council with the specific scope they outline for us, no less, no more. And if he is listening, I encourage the author of the letter to the editor to aim his considerable energy in favor of dog parks and how they should be fenced, safe for dogs and kids, and available everywhere in the city for dog owners to enjoy. He should help convince his fellow residents in public forums to welcome the benefits and safety afforded by proper dog parks. Thank you.
Thanks, Janine.
Next.
City Clerk, Andrea. So next we have, I think, Joe.
Yes, hi, she did unmute me. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'd like to speak to you about the divide we have in our city. On one side, we have a group of residents who want to build a better Los Altos, more housing for all residents, more community projects, etc. On the other side, we have a group of residents who spend all of their time complaining and trying to block anything that might make Los Altos a better place to live. It's ironic that Ms. Valadez just spoke on a similar topic. This has resulted in constant grievance and many lawsuits. There are residents who call into every council and commission meeting and do nothing other than complain. I find it extremely ironic that certain residents claim we have no money, like just tonight, but are happy to spend $5 million to fix a condemned building of questionable historical significance and not investing in an effort to implement the 2018 Downtown Vision Plan. It's time for those of us who want the city to move forward to speak up more often and in larger numbers. It's time for us to be more vocal about the kind of city we want to live in, a city where a diverse group of residents from all socioeconomic groups can afford to live here and contribute to the community. If we don't stand up to the voices of grievance and complaint, it'll be our collective future that is compromised. I urge all of us to positively contribute to the future of Los Altos versus just complain all of the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. So Andrea, I still see that 650-559-0852 number. Should we try them again? You're unmuted. Can you hear us? Phone number ending in 0852. If you can hear us, you can start talking. Okay, if you can hear, but for whatever reason, we're not hearing you, please feel free to send your comment by email to public comment, one word, at losaltosca.gov. Thank you for calling in.
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you, City Clerk. And you're very low, Andrea. I don't know why. I could barely hear you just now.
Is this better?
A little better. Is it just, okay, good. It's not just me. You could up the volume a little.
Okay, I'll work on that. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. So we'll move on to the consent calendar. And unless a council member wants to remove an item from the consent calendar, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar items 1 through 4. And I will look to virtual hands. I see Councilmember Lee Eng.
So moved.
Motion made by Councilmember Lee Eng, Vice Mayor.
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by the Vice Mayor. City Clerk, can you please call the roll? Can't hear you, City Clerk. Can our Deputy City Manager jump in? I don't think we have our Deputy City Clerk on.
Sure, I'm happy to help. Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Leang,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Enander,
Yes.
Mayor Fliger.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
And I erred. I was actually supposed to do public comment. So let's make sure we go to public comment on the consent calendar. And so if anyone from the public would like to comment on the consent calendar, please raise your hand.
Madam Mayor, I'm not seeing anyone.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. And so with that, I will close the consent calendar item and then move to public hearings, which is item number 5. And as noticed on the calendar, we are continuing this item to our meeting on November 30th, 2021. Procedurally, I still have to open the public hearing, and then I will look to a council member to make the motion to continue the hearing to a date certain, which is November 30th, have a second, and then we vote and close the item. So I'm opening the hearing, and then I'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Weinberg.
Move to continue the hearing to November 30th.
Thank you. We have the motion by Councilmember Weinberg, Councilmember Lee Eng,
Second the motion?
seconded by Councilmember Lee Eng. If the city clerk isn't back, Deputy City Manager, can you please call the roll?
I am here. Can you hear me? Can you hear the?
Faint, you're very faint.
Okay, I'm going to probably try to leave the meeting and come back in.
Okay, I heard you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the roll for this and then leave and come back in.
Okay,
Okay. Councilmember Weinberg. Councilmember Weinberg.
Jonathan, she's calling. Can you hear her, Jonathan?
No, I could not hear her. I vote yes.
Maybe let's have the Deputy City Manager do it, City
Okay.
Clerk, just so that it's audible on the recording.
So Councilmember Weinberg voted yes. Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Enander,
Yes.
Mayor Fliger.
Yes,
Passes unanimously.
thank you. Next, we will move to our discussion items. And I just want to say I'm looking forward to our discussion tonight on all these different items. I think there are a lot of policy questions here, and I think we're gonna have good discussions tonight. And so the first one is item number 6, which is Senate Bill 9 implementation, and I will turn it over to staff.
John, did you want me to?
Mr. Persicone, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we've been working pretty diligently on the SB 9 implementation. We had a training with the DRC last Wednesday. A subcommittee of the DRC was formed. DRC Commissioner Michael Ma and Jude Carrick agreed to be on that subcommittee. We met with them today at 4 o'clock for a good 2 hours. And we have some draft guidelines that we are going to be releasing soon. And our next major deliverable is getting the staff report to the city manager by Monday, November 15th. So the staff report was just an informational memo. We don't have anything to present to the community or the council for tonight. That will come on November 30th. So that's just a very brief overview of the project schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Persicone. And my understanding from the city attorney and the city manager that as part of this item as well, if council has any follow-up questions or wants to give any additional direction before you come back to us, this would be the meeting to do so. And so if nothing else from staff, I know I have questions. I will look to my colleagues if they have questions, and then we'll go through the normal process of public comments and then any additional discussion or direction. So I will get us started on questions. Councilmember Weinberg, you have your virtual hand raised. Is that from before? It is. So I am happy to get us started. I do want to start off by thanking Deputy City Attorney for the training he did to the DRC. I know he did the training for council, but then he also did it for the DRC, and I actually watched that training. And I thought I can, I'm not going to say it was better, but I can tell you I actually walked away with a better understanding after the DRC training. So well done. And as a result of that, I have a list of questions. So let me go through my questions. And they're in no particular order. So I understand that there are certain designated areas where SB 9 would not apply. Are we able to create a map of those locations in Los Altos, like a prohibited location map? And this may be a staff question.
Absolutely. We can create a map showing the flood zone areas and floodways and the different parts. Absolutely.
And then Deputy City Attorney, what constitutes a conservation easement? So I understand for example, with the fire hazard areas, it needs to be CAL FIRE identified. Like there's certain things that are easy to say, okay, that's a floodplain, but for the conservation easement, how is that defined and how would we be able to distinguish between what's really a conservation easement versus what's just open space that the city has identified as open space?
We typically, as part of the application project or a process, require a title report, and a conservation easement would be on title. A conservation easement is a specific, essentially because of the common law limits on when a restrictive covenant is enforceable, the legislature created a specific type of document that can be recorded to limit uses of some properties to conservation uses in a way that would make sure that the covenant is enforceable, notwithstanding those old common law rules. So what I'm trying to say is it's a very particular type of document and it would show up on title.
Right.
And it's under the civil code, correct? It's
Right,
a civil
right.
code because you can't do a restriction on your own property. That's the common law, but they have legislative fixes. So, but it would have to show up on title. It can't just be, we say it is.
And that's, I think, very important for people to understand that, you know, we may have open space in Los Altos, but it doesn't necessarily constitute a conservation easement. As part of the resolution that we'll be working on, are we allowed to include height limits?
Absolutely. We can impose reasonable restrictions on design, which includes things like height, so long as we don't prevent a property owner from building the minimum that they're allowed to, which is the 2 800 square foot units plus if they don't do the lot split ADUs as well.
And then I understand that the building official would be the person tasked with making a call on whether a project constitutes public health and safety issue. And I know, are we able to define, for example, building official or designee for that role?
I mean, the building official under state law has sort of independent powers from the city council for a reason. So it's the building official, or, you know, it could be a deputy building official, but it's the building official who controls.
Right. But in the event we don't have a building official, I want to make sure that we're able to specify who would play that role in the event we don't have a building official at the time.
I can address that if you like.
Go ahead, Mr. Biggs.
Madam Mayor. The building code does provide that the building official is a designee of the city, but all the other building officials also serve as, all the other building inspectors, excuse me, also serve as the building official. So that is part of our adopted building code. So we would appoint one of our building inspectors as the building official in certain instances where the question came up.
Very helpful. Thank you. I don't think I realized that. In the proposed resolution, are we planning to specifically call out the different requirements in the law, or do we just plan to rely on what the current law says? And I know there's talk about future clarification of the current law, but are we planning to be very specific, for example, the 800, like the different things in the law, or are we just planning to cite to the law?
The intent, so we're putting together a draft resolution right now, and the way the current draft is set up, there's sort of the adopting language with the recitals, you know, on the front, and then there's 3 schedules attached to that. And the first would be our objective design standards that will get appended to our single family residential design guidelines. The second will, you know, per council's direction, to include those standards that the statute requires, just to clarify that those are applicable in Los Altos. It lays out all of those statutory requirements. And then the third schedule, there are a lot of ambiguities in the law that we need answers to until the state clarifies. And so the third schedule is an interpretive guidance memo to try to fill in those blanks until we get more guidance from the state.
Thank you. The 4-foot setback requirement under the current law, does it only apply to side and rear setbacks? And if it does that mean we can have a front yard setback that's more than 4 feet?
Yes, so long as we don't prevent somebody from constructing the minimum they're allowed to construct under the statute.
Okay. And then I have two scenarios from listening to your training. So if we have 2 units on a lot, so it's not a split lot, it's just 2 units on the lot, can each unit have a junior ADU and an ADU, which would be 6 units total?
So this is one of those ambiguities in the law. And so you could get 2 attorneys in a room and come up with 3 interpretations. My interpretation is you get 1 JADU and 1 ADU per lot. And the reason I say that is if you turn to the ADU statutes, they clearly say you get 1 ADU and 1 JADU per lot. It's clearly stated as a per lot basis. And so I think that that is intended to be incorporated into SB 9.
Okay, thank you. And then the other scenario is if we do have a split lot where on one lot you have 2 units and then on the other lot you have 1 unit. Can the lot with 1 unit then have a JADU and an ADU, so total of 5 units?
No. So the statute says that if somebody takes advantage of both the ministerial approval of the houses and of the lots, ministerial lot split, the city is not required to authorize any ADUs for that site. And just for the avoidance of doubt, that's one of those things that we're putting into our resolution, just to make clear that that's the rule in Los Altos. So as I read the statute, no matter how you slice it, you essentially end up with 4 possible units in the end. Whether if you don't do the lot split, it's 2 primaries, an ADU and a JADU. If you do the lot split, it's 2 primaries per lot.
This is so interesting. Okay, so then for the owner occupancy intent affidavit, I know that they only need to sign the affidavit saying they intend to live there for 3 years. Can we require proof of this intent as part of the affidavit process, or it's just they're signing and that's it?
The way the statute is written, they're signing.
Okay.
So I think the statute is intended to prevent, this is meant for property owners to take advantage of, not for, speculators or developers to get around subdivision requirements. So an individual could sign the affidavit, a corporation couldn't, right? So I think that's the primary intent of the requirement.
Okay. And then does SB 9 supersede CC&Rs?
That's a really interesting question. And in my view, it does not supersede CC&Rs. And the reason for that is because another legislation that passed this year, where the legislature has specifically wanted to ensure that the legislation would supersede CC&Rs, for example, SB 478, it has said so. It didn't say so here. So I don't think that it does.
Yeah, it's like the ADU law, where the ADU law specifically superseded the CC&Rs, but they could still have reasonable regulations. So it's the legislature knew that they could do this and they didn't do it. So that will probably be a clarifying cleanup in 2022. Who knows? But right
Mayor?
now, yeah.
Mayor, I have something helpful to answer that question.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
If I can get it onto the screen.
The CC&Rs question.
Yes, ma'am. It doesn't seem like it's going to let me share screen. So
You need permission, right?
yeah, I think so.
So I'm going to go to my last question, and maybe when we come back to you, and you could verbalize it. You don't have to show it to us.
Okay, well, then I'll just say that there is a letter on record from the author of the legislation that says that it specifically does not include HOAs. And I have that letter if that would be useful to the city attorney.
As legislative intent.
Yes,
Okay.
That would be.
Okay, so then my last question. So I understand Los Altos and many other jurisdictions are rushing to adopt this resolution or some form of this resolution. And let's say we don't get it right? We adopt this resolution. What's the risk of an entity or individual suing us. So for example, we adopt this resolution, or staff will apply this resolution, but somehow our interpretation and what's incorporated in the resolution is not actually what the law says. What's the risk there of trying to get this resolution in place where we're all saying it may not be right, of us getting sued either by an individual or entity? Is there a provision from the legislation that gives us any kind of leeway as we transition?
Eric, one thing I was going to say is if we do this resolution, it's a good point. We should put that constitutionality severability clause in. So if one thing goes down, it doesn't take the whole reso down. So we would do something like that. So we won't lose all of our statutory scheme. Eric, do you have something else to add?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that we need to make sure that there's a severability clause in there to address that concern.
I like that. Thank you. So those were my questions. Again, thanks for a great training, Eric. Okay, any other council members with questions for staff or the attorneys? Councilmember Lee Eng.
Okay, my question is, we currently have, we currently allow basement in our ADU ordinance. How do we allow basements, or what is going to be the rule for basements for ADUs when we have multiple housing units on a lot or multiple ADUs on a lot? Are we do we have to revisit that?
That might be a good question for planning staff, but usually, yeah, I don't know if Guido or John wants to chime in on that, but.
I mean, that's certainly something we can take a look at. I don't think we were gonna really change the basement provisions too much in this process, but I mean, we could certainly take a look.
It doesn't count towards square footage, correct?
It does not. And whoever put that in the ordinance is very smart because it actually reduces the bulk and mass of houses. So that's actually a good thing for the neighborhood. So, but we can certainly take a look. So.
Yeah, and Eric might want to chime in on this as well, but if we're not really, I mean, it's how many units you get per parcel, and then, so I guess we could allow at least 800 and they'd have a basement, and we're not going to count the basement towards the 800. I think that might be where that question's going.
So with that said, when we add the basement, then sometimes it adds additional bedrooms. When we talk about parking, we say one parking per unit. When you say one unit, that means no matter how many bedrooms that unit has, then you're only requiring one parking? Or can we say if it's a unit with multiple bedrooms, how do we address parking then?
We are limited to what the statute says, which says one space per unit unless it's within a half mile of transit or within a block of a car share, in which case we can't require any. The legislature has decided that more housing is more important than parking.
Okay. We talked about when someone signs an affidavit. Is there anything we can do to add more teeth? Like suppose someone signs an affidavit or someone buys a property and then they sign an affidavit. Can we add more teeth to make sure that they're residing in the unit instead of just, signing it and then perhaps they keep it vacant? Or can we do something to add more teeth to that affidavit?
No, the legislature has the term in law is occupied the field, meaning they've told us everything we can and cannot do, and there's no room for us to add to that requirement. They've said that we can have design rules. That's it.
Okay. And if they wanted like something like a restrictive covenant or a deed restriction, I think they would have said so, but I think they wanted something like a less than a deed restriction, but just something to try to control that. But the affidavit it will be, I think it's going to be hard to enforce.
It's a very weak requirement, except that, like I said, it will prevent developers or land speculators from coming in and taking advantage of this, together with the requirement that you can only split your lot once and that you cannot split adjacent lots. Those three requirements are there to make sure that this isn't an end run around having to do a tract map.
Okay. Other cities have added things in their ordinance to address the high fire zones, or like we have areas like Highlands or areas near the county area that might be higher fire zone areas, because that has been identified by them having difficulty acquiring some of their insurances or been warned by their insurance. So can we require materials have material hardening to ensure that there's adequate fire protections?
I mean, I would say that if it could be phrased as a reasonable and objective design standard, fine, but SB 9 doesn't apply in the higher fire hazard severity zones. They're specifically excluded.
But they have to be specifically designated. Oh, Anita's shaking her head, but you can't just declare yourself a high fire zone and get out of the legislation.
No, we're not declaring it. I mean, it's been like certain areas have been given letters stating that, you know, the reason why they're going to have more difficulty or their insurance are going up is because they're on the border of a high fire zone or at a high fire zone. So I just want to make sure we address that. So I'm not saying, but I just want to make sure that we either use material hardening to prevent fires or to make sure that these areas are protected. That said, are we going to address sprinklers in these units? And can we do so? So if we have houses with sprinklers, can we require that the attached ADU also include sprinklers?
I'm not sure I completely understand the question, but in ADU law, it says that if the primary dwelling isn't required to be sprinklered, then the ADU isn't required to be sprinkled. There's nothing in SB 9 that says if the first unit isn't sprinkled, then the second unit doesn't have to be sprinkled. So,
but you're saying that if the main residential zone is sprinklered, we can require that the attached ADU be sprinklered.
Well,
because
yes, if the primary dwelling is required to be sprinkled, then the ADU can be, but that's ADU law. That's separate from SB 9.
Correct.
SB 9 doesn't say that if somebody builds a second primary unit under SB 9, there's no provision saying that doesn't have to be sprinkled. So the building code would apply and would require sprinklers.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. The other thing I have is we have tighter restrictions on our flag lots. How do we accommodate to ensure that we are able to add perhaps if someone wants to add an ADU on their flag lot and cannot because of their lot requirements? Do we need to reevaluate whether they can have a second story on top if they cannot meet their property requirements? Because right now we restrict ADUs second stories on flag lots.
Well, we don't have to allow second stories to units. And so I think the way, if I'm understanding the question correctly, the way the draft that we're currently working on is written, the rules are the same for flag lots as they currently are for single family lots, so that I don't believe you're allowed to have a second story on the flag lot.
Yeah, you're not allowed to have a two-story for a flag lot.
Yeah, that's my question. You're not allowed to have second story, but if a person wants to add an ADU, should we be reevaluating whether they can do that?
So you want to allow people to have a second story on the flag lot?
I don't know. We should have to talk about it, because if a house cannot add an ADU other than if they were to add it on the second story, maybe we would have to look at that, correct?
That's certainly within your discretion. In terms of what we're trying to get together before the end of the year, what you're suggesting would require some ordinance code changes. And so maybe that's a little bit of a longer term thing to look at, but that's certainly within your discretion.
Okay, and then my concern is, suppose like Stanford or a nonprofit comes in here and they end up buying a lot. What happens is they in turn subdivide the lot, add all the ADUs. How do we accommodate? Because we won't be able to get taxes, right? From all these nonprofits that then develop all the lots. How do we ensure that we get, I guess, the fees that we need to collect? Because what happens is they're exempt from the fees and the taxes.
You're talking fees and you're talking taxes, but if there's impact fees, they would have to pay those impact fees, if I'm understanding your question right. And I don't know what taxes you're thinking. I'm confused with your question, but impact fees we can still impose if we have them adopted at the time that they submit. But I don't know what you're meaning about taxes. Eric, do you understand?
I think what you're saying is that can nonprofits take advantage of these laws, and then they would qualify for the welfare exemption, and they wouldn't pay property taxes. In terms of the lot split, if somebody's going to do the ministerial lot split, they do have to sign that affidavit. And so Stanford wouldn't be able to sign an affidavit saying, I intend to live here, because Stanford is an entity, not a person. So in terms of the lot split, that takes care of that. I don't know that we can expect to see, people, if organizations wanted to, just take advantage of the ministerial approval of the homes without the lot split, are we going to see nonprofits come in and try to do that? I don't know if that's going to happen. Would they take advantage of some kind of tax incentive? I mean, to the extent they currently can, they would. And I just don't know what control we would have over that. We wouldn't.
So then I guess you're answering my question, because you will not, that means it's clear that their people cannot be used as agents to sign the affidavits and then reside on their property. Is that correct? Because you're saying that.
I guess I'm not clear by what you mean by their people. Can you maybe ask the question differently? I apologize that I'm not.
So if they have their employee or staff residing, can they be considered resident, or hired by them to be their agent and then living in the house, or count as the owner of the property and representing Stanford residing in the house?
I mean, maybe we need to take more about, maybe we can talk offline and look at that question in more detail. I'm not seeing how they would do that, but again, maybe this is a conversation that we can.
Well, then I think you're making it clear to me, and I think that's clear to me. So I want to make sure it's very clear that then these nonprofits can't have their people residing in the property, signing these affidavits, and then stating that they're the owner and doing a workaround.
What I'm saying is I'm just not sure how or why that would happen, and I want to have a conversation offline so I can understand better what scenario we're trying to avoid here.
Okay, and then other cities have kind of like tried to capture value capture of like a jobs housing balance, and then they tried to ensure that if they were going to do all these developments and ADUs, that they hire local people to work on these units. Is that something that we can do?
If I understand it correctly, you want to have a rule saying that the contractors who build the units have to be local.
Yeah, we can have that discussion. I'm not saying that I want it, but perhaps we can have that discussion and include it, but can that be done?
And again, there's potential constitutional issues under Article 4 of the Constitution to limit who can come into town and do work. But there's also the issue that the legislature has told us we can have design rules, and that's not a design rule.
Okay. And then the other thing is, so can we deed restrict to state that we want the the ADUs to be affordable? I believe we can deed restrict to make sure that the ADUs, because our goal is to ensure that we get more affordable housing in the area. So can we say we want them deed restricted to be low, in the low range?
No, for a few reasons. Number one, the legislature has told us that we can impose design rules, and that's not a design rule. Number one. Number two, I think that would go against the spirit and intent of the statute, which was to encourage more development of housing. And if we income restrict, it might actually discourage people from taking advantage of the statute. But again, regardless, the legislature has told us we can have design rules, and that's not a design rule.
I thought the goal was to create more affordable housing.
The goal is to create more housing, period, not necessarily more affordable housing. There is a housing crisis, which means there's more people who want to live in California than we have housing units. And that's why housing prices are off the charts here. And so the legislature, rightly or wrongly, I'm not going to pine on that, has decided that the solution to affordability is just to create more units, period. That's the intent. The belief is by creating more units, prices will go down. Again, that's not for me to say whether that's true. That's the policy decision they've made.
Okay. Okay, I think that's my questions, and I'll save my comments for later.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Liang. Any other Vice Mayor?
Hi, thank you to the staff. And I want to mention that I'm really thrilled that the two members of the Design Review Commission offered to work with staff. I think they're both exceptional architects and going to be have a lot of experience in design rules, should be a lot of help. So here's the first question. If we have specific ideas with respect to objective standards, should we just send those to you for possible incorporation?
Certainly, that's been done. Staff has been working diligently to try to capture those all. And, obviously it will be a decision of the full council, but if we choose not to recommend certain things based on our conversations with the architects in particular, we may choose not to, and we'll be prepared to explain why, and the ultimate decision again will be up to you.
So when you bring this back, will you have a list of suggestions that for whatever, and then explain for whatever reason what you did not include?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and do you also have, I know both Cupertino and Palo Alto have hearings, I think this week and next week on this matter. Do we have their draft ordinances, and can we also have a list of basically at least a short descriptor of anything that they have included that we have decided not to, so that we'll know what we may be walking away from that our adjacent cities are using?
I have not personally taken a look at those. My concern, I mean, theoretically, the answer is yes. There's nothing theoretically to prevent that. My concern is we have to get the staff report to you by next Monday. And so staff and I are working very, very hard, among other responsibilities we have, to get this to you. And I wouldn't want it to be delayed by trying to add too much to the council report. But to the extent we're able to do that, I think we'd be happy to try to provide that to you.
Yeah, and even if we don't have it in the staff report, it might be something that can be appended later prior to the November 30 meeting.
Sure.
When we're going to take these up.
If I could interject here, and I appreciate that. It's always good to benchmark to see what the other cities are doing, but I would still look to our city attorneys to let us know if whether or not it's legal, advisable.
Absolutely.
Include it, because if Palo Alto does it or Cupertino does it, it doesn't mean we should.
Absolutely.
I know you get, Vice Mayor, I know you understand that.
And I hope the public does as well. But I still think it's good to know that we have looked at those and that we've made a thoughtful decision for whatever reason if we are not going to incorporate something. And obviously their height limits will be different from our height limits. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about entire conceptual clauses of things that they've included. I would like to encourage that the map sounds like a great idea, that we be sure that we include there the half-mile swath from the transit corridor / transit stop, so that people know where the parking rules would change on which parcels. As well as I have no idea what we can do about the fire thing, but I will separately send you a fire analysis about where that all is. And I will separately send you Senator Atkins' letter, so you have that. And I think for now, I will pass because I have sent some ideas and will continue as things pop in my head. Thank you very much for all the work. I realize this is a huge undertaking in a very short period of time, and I really appreciate everybody's work.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, staff, and thank you, Eric. I know the mayor said that she watched you present to the Design Review Commission. I watched that 3 times, and I thought it was very useful, and I am far from being anywhere near an expert, but I would recommend that anyone in Los Altos who is interested in how SB 9 is going to affect us, watch that video. It's you did a fantastic job, I think. I really only have one question, and I think it follows up on the end of the mayor's questioning regarding potential liability of the city. Can we structure our resolution so that there is a mediation requirement, or at least a meet and confer requirement, prior to anyone filing a lawsuit against the city for having enacted something which inadvertently is against SB 9 or something that we thought was allowed but turns out wasn't allowed? In other words, we don't want to be the test case on this, right? We're going to pass the best resolution we can. We understand that we're probably going to come back to it. Is there anything we can do to make sure that we don't get the crosshairs put on us that forces someone to come in and try to seek some kind of a resolution before we wind up in court?
Looks like Jolie wants to speak on that.
Well, I don't know if we could really put that in a resolution, but maybe we could have something if there's a conflict in the interpretation that we jointly seek an HCD determination, because the HCD does give kind of guidance letters. I mean, Eric, what do you think? But I know we've done that with ADUs, we've done it with SB 330 or density bonus before, because HCD now is they're doing opinion letters now more and more. So, but I don't think we could do it by resolution.
Yeah, I don't think we can do that by resolution. Jolie and I can take a look at whether by ordinance there are things we could add to our claims procedures in our ordinance to deal with that. But I agree that I think we're limited in mandating that people use those approaches, but we can certainly be proactive in offering them up. I know that when we've had disagreements in the past with property owners, on some occasions we have gone to HCD and sought guidance from them. And I think that is a good conflict resolution approach that's available to us.
Can we get an HCD opinion letter on the resolution that we pass?
I don't think they're going to offer that up to us. We could ask, but I don't think they have the time to look at every single city's.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. Councilmember Meadows, I saw your hand, but it's no longer raised, so I want to check with you before we go to public comment.
Just going to save for discussion. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Councilmember Meadows.
Madam Mayor, I was going to hopefully answer Councilmember Weinberger's question. So for the ADU ordinance, we actually did send it to the state 3 separate times. Eric's right, they probably won't get back to us. But as a matter of courtesy, if the council wants, I can send it to a couple of my contacts at the state, just if they're willing to give some informal direction. So.
But the ADU law required us to
send it to HCD. Yeah,
it's almost like a card room ordinance where you have to send it to the DOJ before you adopt it. So we don't have that right now with SB 9.
That said, we can always ask as Guido indicated.
We can certainly add that to the workflow. So
okay, I don't see any more hands. So let's go to public comment. City Clerk, are you back?
I am here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome back. Happy to have you.
Hey, thank you.
So
Yes,
let's go to public comment on item number 6.
so far we have one hand.
Then let's give, and again, if members of the public would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand. Okay, if there's only one hand raised, I will go ahead and give the speaker 3 minutes.
Okay, we now have another hand raised. The first speaker is Freddie Wheeler, followed by Teresa Morris.
Hello?
Go ahead, Freddie.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to address you tonight. It's very useful to listen to your discussion because I think it did answer quite a few questions that I had about what I was asking you to enact. It sounds like it's impossible to add an affordable housing covenant to any of the SB 9 housing units that will be built. However, I'm wondering if we could anticipate that developers may soon find a way around the signing the affidavit to reside for 3 years on a property, that they find a loophole, because there certainly is a great deal of talk about how this legislation is really a windfall for developers. And should they be able to buy a property, split the lots, and having no homeowner being residing on the property, find a way to challenge this law that allows them to be able to do the lot split. I would certainly hope that we could at that point perhaps require that at least one of the SB 9 4 housing units be deed restricted to affordable housing. The other thing that I was asking for was a requirement that each of the 4 units has to have a parking space unless it's in the exempt area. It appears to me from your discussion that you've already incorporated that. The other thing I was asking for is that you not allow ADUs on the split properties, that there be a total of 4 housing units possible and no ADUs. And finally, that the city require that there be impact fees, because with the increased density, we are certainly going to have some impact on our infrastructure, including our sewers, our roads, parks, etc. And that would be excellent if you were to also include an impact fee. I did want to just point out that the Mercury News reported on November 3rd that Cupertino City Council voted to craft its ordinance with as many SB 9 restrictions as possible. So checking out what they're doing would at least be informative. And I'm just asking that we take a look at affordable housing. We need affordable housing in Los Altos, and maybe there's a way to include that for the developers who buy these properties, split the lots, and build 4 housing units. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Freddie.
Our next speaker is Teresa Morris, followed by Salim. Teresa?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. I think Ms. Wheeler just addressed a lot of the things I was going to say, but I just want to make sure that with every decision that's being made, that there is consideration about the impact of the neighbors of these properties. So in Los Altos, often we are used to having our larger lots and having the privacy that we enjoy in our town, and trying to maintain some level of privacy and separation. I know there are rules about setbacks, but making the impact on each neighbor as minimal as possible would be great, particularly when you consider that there will be changes. We used to always have our heating in our garages, and you know, the light impact would be minimal. But when you're that close to people, you'll hear all of the air conditioning and heating units, and the lights will shine into your windows at night. And I have to say, I can hear, we have a variant of a house next to ours, and I can hear everything they talk about in their kitchen. So just thinking with the planning about the impact on the residents would be great. And I do think that there should be fees, because particularly for our schools, we're going to have a high impact on that. And the schools are one of the draws in Los Altos. So making sure that there's money coming in for the infrastructure would be great, so that we can keep our schools top notch. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Teresa.
Our next speaker is Salim, followed by Frank Martin.
Hi, I really appreciate the work done by staff, especially the city attorney, Mr. Ramakrishnan, and the DRC. It's really great to see that Los Altos wants to, actually comply substantively with SB 9. I think that's awesome. It's a bill that'll allow people the choice to have smaller, more affordable homes if they want. I think some people are concerned that this is going to be some radical departure. But I just would like to remind you that we actually already have duplexes in Los Altos. There are duplexes, I think there are possibly even sixplexes on San Luis Avenue. They were built in 1939 before the city even existed. And those small, humble homes would be illegal to have built after single family zoning was enacted in Los Altos. Those smaller homes are affordable for younger families, and unfortunately, we don't have as many young families as we used to in Los Altos. So I look forward to having objective standards that ensure nothing crazy gets built. I think we can all be on the same page there. There needs to be some clarification in the law. I would be really disappointed if the first SB 9 project that was built was like 2 duplex mansions. I think that would be bad. The spirit of this law is to allow people to have smaller, more modest homes. I think it would be helpful when you're thinking about objective standards to not think about SB 9 projects, just think about duplexes. So there are 30 scenarios according to the Turner Center where you could use SB 9. A lot of those scenarios involve some permutation of lot splitting, an ADU and a JDU. It can get really complicated to think out what the objective standards should look like in each of those cases. Really what's unique about SB 9 is the duplex. So think about, what should the FAR be for the duplex? And I think a baseline should be that at least the FAR for a single family home should be allowed to be split between those 2 homes, those 2 duplexes. I hope it would be more than that, but I think to substantively comply with SB 9, we should at least aim for that amount of FAR. And the only other thing I'd like to add is I think there's some standards that really could have applied to single family homes. Color was an example. I think that came up in the last meeting. We've never regulated color before. I think it'd be helpful if instead of going down, a gajillion different rabbit holes of things we. Thank you.
Thanks, Salim.
Our next speaker is Frank Martin.
Hi, Council. This is Frank Martin speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can start the clock. I want to thank the Council for all the thoughtful discussion you're having tonight. I think it's quite useful and somewhat reassuring. But I am very concerned that you should think about all the horrible things that can happen, because they are going to happen. For example, BlackRock, which is a well-known Wall Street investment firm, is raising tens of billions of dollars that they are going to invade California with. So I don't know what they're going to do with that money and how your laws are going to stop them, but they intend to make a huge profit from this law. So I'm really concerned that they're going to essentially somehow bypass all these restrictions you guys talked about. Just be careful. I don't know what to tell you to how to stop them, but I'm really worried about that. Number 2, I would say I have a neighbor next door, and Mr. Weinberg has one at the end of his court. They're both rental properties. His is owned by someone from China, I believe. Mine is owned by a friendly former owner. there's nothing to stop those people from splitting their lot, putting essentially 4 units where one existed. The only way you can do that is to go 3 or 4 or 5 stories high. There'll be no parking. The court will be overrun with cars. I'm really concerned about what's going to happen to my neighborhood. And of course, we did talk about impact fees, which you guys are thinking about. So the impact of having many more people live in Los Altos is going to create all kinds of strains on our infrastructure. And you talked about that too. So I'm really happy to hear about that, but I'm really worried. And in fact, I'm going to do everything I can to pass a proposition to undo SB 9 and 10, because I don't believe you're ever going to have affordable housing in a town where an acre of land costs $4 million. In fact, I think what's going to happen is land values are going to go up, and what you're going to see is houses that are unaffordable to anyone that we're trying to reach. So I'm sorry to tell you that, because it's been done in places like Canada and it's backfired. You don't control it. The state did it to us. But I think it's really, really horrible. It's not the right answer. It will not create affordable housing. It will create much more density, and developers will live in a house for 3 years and split the lots that way. Because I know people that were developers that did that when we had a more favorable tax situation. They avoided all capital gains by living in a house for 2 years. They flipped a house and moved on to the next one. They will certainly take advantage of the opportunity to split these lots. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Frank. Oh, do we have one more speaker?
Yes, we have one more speaker, Ann Polson.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello again, Council. Listening to these very helpful statements by the city attorneys, I want to urge you just to make the rules simple so that people can understand them and so that they're fair. So you have to, since now single family homes as well are going to be ministerial, it seems to me it would be the simplest thing to say, if you have a lot, whether you put 1 house or 2 houses on it, the total floor area ratio has to be the same. So you could take it, put it in 2 houses or 1 house. And similarly, when you split a lot, now you have 2 smaller lots, but still the floor area ratio would work the same as it always worked. So I urge you just to, and the heights, whatever height you allow for 1 house on a property, you would allow that same height for 2. So I urge you just to make it simple. Then everyone can understand it and it will seem fair. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. Okay, so I'll bring it back to council for discussion and any direction we want to give staff as they develop the proposed resolution and work with the DRC subcommittee to bring something back to us on the 30th. So let's see whose hand is raised. Councilmember Meadows.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to the public commenters, staff, and our deputy city attorney. So I just want to give an observation, which is, actually I was interested to hear the commenter say that there's actually 30 different SB 9 scenarios. I had a number of them in my head, but I was nowhere close to 30. So I'd like to see that link and see what those scenarios look like, because I'm definitely not creative enough to come up with 30. But that said, I was a little confused about the talk about ADUs, because the SB 9 does potentially apply to scenarios where there's ADUs, but generally we're looking at them as duplexes. Not to say it doesn't rule out ADUs, but that leads me to another observation, which is a lot of people seem to feel that SB 9 takes us from 1 home on a lot to 4. And that's not the case. Right now, we are allowed 3 because a single family home can have both a JADU and an ADU. And so, and that's without a lot split. That's before SB 9. And we accommodated that in our ADU ordinance that's probably about 2 years old right now. And again, that was in response to state law. But it's a good point to keep in mind then that whatever people are doing with their homes, whether it's a straightforward single family home, 1 unit on a lot, whether it's a single family lot with a JADU and an ADU, which is 3 units, or it's some permutation of SB9 leading to 4 units. If these are all ministerially approved, we have to, I would imagine, and the attorneys can comment, we can't discriminate against one type of unit being different than another. So, or again, this is really maybe more of a question. So it cannot be, I wouldn't think, any more okay to have a single family home with 1 or 2 ADUs versus an SB9 unit with lot split that ends up with being 4. So I think we have to think carefully about the requirements that we might choose to put on SB9 units, and in reality view it as, does that really apply to everything? And we don't necessarily want to do that. So I think we want to look through this with an equality and equity lens as well. And I would just ask the attorneys to keep that in mind as we draft this ordinance. So that's really my main comment. I think we've really not looked at that at all. And I think we're going to get into trouble if we discriminate between a lot with 3 units and a lot with 4, regardless of how they got there, when they're essentially all ministerial approvals.
Thanks, Councilmember Meadows. Who would like to go next? I could go next again. You guys, and I'll be quick. I just want to make sure. So I'm going down the list that I went over earlier, and the map concept. I know the vice mayor said she could support that. So if that's something staff could work on, and I think Guido, Mr. Persicona said we could do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, and then what else? The setback for the front yard area. I don't know, what we will have, but it sounds like we have some flexibility there. The severability clause for the resolution, I jotted that down as well. And then the last point I want to make is just making sure that our staff are trained. I'm going to say this at every meeting. If we need to put forms in place, checklists, whatever it is, to make sure that everybody understands the questions to ask, what to look for, I think that will help the city tremendously. So that's just my suggestions for the resolution. Of course, we talked about height limits already, and we already have design review guidelines related to roof pitch, materials. I will say, Salim mentioned, we have duplexes in Los Altos, and we have many. And I remember when I would talk to residents a couple of years ago, they would comment that they didn't know that certain buildings were duplexes because of the design of the duplexes, how they fit into the rest of the neighborhood. And so they didn't notice that there were duplexes. So I do agree with Salim. We have many duplexes here, and it's a great thing to have as part of our community. Okay, anything else we want to share with staff or have them consider as they develop the proposed resolution? If not, I will look to staff to say they're good. Any clarification questions? I see a thumbs up. Eric. Councilmember Liang, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think what is unclear for me, and the key thing that does bother me, is everything is hinged on ministerial. So there is loopholes if a person decides to subdivide a property and take an alternative route. And that's why it's important for us to be clear that we want to put a limit on when someone divides a property, to limit in each site, perhaps average lot in Los Altos, 10,000 square feet, then becomes, I'm using hypothetical example, 5,000 square feet. 5,000 square feet then becomes a duplex on 5,000 square feet, another duplex on another 5,000 square feet. So I think we want to be clear, because if we do this, if we're not clear, and we're not saying we want to limit it to four units on a total lots, you can have up to 6 because you have the duplex, and then each duplex might have a garage on it. And our ADU laws is stating that we can put an ADU on top each garage. So that's how you get 4 units on each 5,000 square foot. Then that original lot of 10,000 square foot then becomes 8 units. So I think if we're not clear and you're going to get multiple people, how it gets exceeded. So I just think that we need to be clear on what we want. Did you want to respond, Mr. Ramakrishnan? Because you unmuted yourself.
I unmuted myself, I guess, in anticipation of a question. I apologize if that was just a statement.
No,
Well,
I think we've got the clear direction, and we're going to, the statute's clear about how many units you can get, and if you go through the ministerial lot split, then you can't.
Well, that's why I said this is all hinging on if you put the word ministerial. And I'm just saying, it is clear that developers know how to outsmart us. And if we're not clear, we're going to get outsmarted again.
And so just to reiterate the draft format that we're working on, we are putting together as Schedule 1 of the resolution design guidelines. As Schedule 2, we're restating all of the requirements that we're allowed to impose per the statute, and Schedule 3 will be some interpretations that we're making until we receive more guidance from the state. So all of that is included. If the council, when we finalize it and you see it, thinks that we haven't done that clearly enough, we obviously, that'll be your prerogative to give us direction and make changes to it.
Okay, thank you. And then the other thing I'm concerned about is I've raised the question and concerned about fees and taxes and making sure, because we have going to have to accommodate our infrastructure to accommodate all these new units. And we need to be sure we have the funds to support that. So I just want to make sure we can address that, please.
Erica, I guess I can take this, but if we're going to impose, we can impose impact fees that are in existence now. But if we're going to come up with new impact fees, we will have to do a nexus study. We'll have to have an ordinance, and then we'll have to adopt the fees pursuant to that ordinance. So, but the fees that are in place now that apply to a single family into residential units, we can impose.
Okay.
I know there was a question about school fees, but under SB 50 we're restricted, and about school fees. So, but we do have some fees, and we will impose the ones that are in existence now. And if we think that we need new fees, then we can look at doing a fee study and getting more impact fees.
Like park and lieu. Okay.
Well, we
already have that, and it applies to subdivisions, and we are talking about lot splits here. And I just want to clarify that school fees are within the prerogative of the school districts. We
just collect them.
We just collect them. We have no control over them. So
and they're restricted by the state under SB 50, so we can't increase them unless there's a. So we're kind of stuck with the school fees.
Thank you. Okay, and then the other thing is I want to make sure that we are clear about how we address traffic and drainage. So if we can address that, we need to do so. Traffic impact fees, things like that. Other than that, thank you. And then I'll send my things to you and my other items to you. So thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Liang. Vice Mayor, you raised your hand.
Yes, just perhaps to to add to or clarify what Councilmember Lee Eng was saying, I think it would be very helpful to know if we have a single family, and I'm just going to say a scraper, and it's rebuilt as a single family, what are the fees and on what basis do we calculate those? I'm talking about impact fees. I'm not talking about processing fees for staff and so on, but park in lieu, traffic impact, whatever other kind of impact fees that we have, and under a couple, not all 30 of the scenarios, but a couple of generalized scenarios like 2 houses on a lot or a lot split with 2 duplexes. What would be the kinds of fees? In other words, are they, if there's 4 units because you've got 2 duplexes, is it really 4x or not? And kind of, are they calculated on a square foot? Because if it's calculated per square foot, it might not change much. If it's a per unit, it might change a lot. I think it would help for us to understand the financial impact on the city if we had kind of a simple chart about that at some point. Maybe we can get the finance department to look at that.
And that was going to be my quick response. One, it's not part of this resolution. I think that's separate, and we want staff to be laser focused on getting us that resolution. And separately, as the city attorney said, it's whatever impact fees we have in existence today. And so how would those apply to all those scenarios? But it's clear resolution is number 1, 2, and 3 to get it done. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add, I just like to try to change the tone a little bit as we end our discussion on this. Most of the points that have been raised are valid, and it is absolutely correct for this council and for our attorneys to be working on this resolution. I don't think anyone disagrees with that, regardless of where you are when it comes to SB 9. But let's keep in mind that the people that are going to be buying these homes that are built with SB 9 are going to be your neighbors. Let's keep in mind that a lot of the people who elect to use SB 9 may not be big bad developers. It may not be Stanford University. It may not be BlackRock. It may be the neighbor that you've known for 20 years who wants to subdivide their property and create more housing for whatever reason. And they intend to live in one of the units for at least 3 years. So while we have to have clear rules, and I think Ms. Paulson was correct that our rules should be as simple as possible, let's also make these rules keeping in mind who we are. And I don't believe that who we are is the plots that you see on a map. I think that who we are is, as a people, we should be a welcoming community. And let's keep in mind that new members of our community are coming in, and smaller housing means that housing is being made available to different segments of the community than might otherwise be able to move in. And from my perspective, that's a good thing. So again, I'm not saying that we should not have appropriate rules in place. And I'm not saying that we should have something that encourages everyone to hold hands and sing songs around a campfire. But let's keep in mind that what we are building and continue to build is a community. And our community is going to evolve over time because circumstances change over time. So let's just keep that in mind. We are a welcoming community. I don't want us to be a community that expects people to skirt the rules because they're going to make a lot of money doing it. I just don't think that that's who we should be. And I don't think that that's the perspective we should have as we move forward with the resolution.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. I was going to say that's a great way to end this item, but then I saw Councilmember Lee Eng's hand pop up, so I'm going to give her the last word. Go ahead, Councilmember Lee Eng.
I think what we're here to do is to make sure that the information and the ordinance and the resolution is clear. Earlier, you guys expressed concern about litigation and how do we address litigation. If we can really clearly articulate everything we need to and avoid litigation, that's what we're here to do. If we want to make sure that there is community acceptance, we're here to do that, making sure everything is clear. It's when things are unclear that we get a lot of problems. So I understand what you're saying, but we're doing our job to make sure that we help our community, we help our developers, we help our neighbors in every which way we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee Eng. And that ends our discussion on item number 6. Thanks again to staff. We will move on. It's 8:36, so we will move to item number 7, which is ordinance number 2021-477. And I see Mr. Biggs, so I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you very much, Mayor Flagger, members of the City Council. I'm John Biggs with your Community Development Department. We have for the council to consider this evening, in addition to the municipal code, it's the addition of a new chapter, chapter 11.13, that is part of Title 11, our miscellaneous property regulations in the municipal code. And this would put restrictions on the city-owned property commonly referred to as the community center site, the site that includes the City Hall building, the police department, the library, the new community center, the ball fields, the history museum, the Gilbert Smith House, and so forth. What the ordinance before you this evening will accomplish is it will require that there be voter approval for the sale, the transfer of title, or the subdivision, which is typically a prelude to the sale or transfer of title of any portion of the community center site. Voter approval is not required for leases or licenses of areas of the building to entities. And again, this will be added to Title 11 of our municipal code. Because it's not an amendment to our zoning code, this has not been in front of the Planning Commission, but is coming to the City Council directly. And it follows some direction on some previous ordinances that we had brought in front of council a number of months ago that would provide protections to only the civic center site or the community center site and not be applicable to other city-owned properties across the city. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council members might have.
Thank you, Mr. Biggs. Any questions for staff on item number 7? Vice Mayor.
Hi, I'll try to be quick. Is there any reason to reference the restrictions that may accrue because of the historic listing of the Orchard and or the Smith House? That's my first one. My first question.
Not that I am aware of. I can't think of a reason to do that.
Okay, maybe the city attorney can think on that and make sure that we're of one mind there. Second question is there a specific reason why Lacey is not mentioned, given that it seems like the other buildings are mentioned as specific in the whereas clauses?
The only reason I didn't include that is because Lacey seems to be such a multiple use building that kind of is evolving as time goes by. So there were the other uses or sites or areas of the site or buildings of the site we thought had very specific uses. So that's why they were included in the whereases.
So what you've included are things that have specific use, and since Lacey is multi-use, you didn't put it in.
That's what was my
okay. And then is there a reason that, although it's mentioned generally, it's not in a specific whereas clause, that we didn't call out the green space uses, which are a specific use and are probably the main thing that's driving this ordinance in the first place?
I think that was included in the third whereas, where it references public parks and open space. So I thought we'd kind of covered that there.
Yeah, it's included there, but also says on public facilities and services. And then you go on to list most of the other public facilities. And so that's why I wasn't sure. It seemed an anomaly not to include a specific whereas clause regarding the green space, at least in some way, shape, or form.
Okay. We can
And
do something and bring that back.
And then the community theater is not a, what I would call a permanent building. So I was curious why it was listed.
We were just trying to hit the high points in the ordinance of the uses that were on the community center site.
And I'm just curious, they're called out specifically in general, all of those are called out for what general reason? I guess that's a legal question, Mr. Biggs, so much not one of yours.
Well, what we were intending to do is the whole focus of the whereases, which are just preambles. We were trying to make the community center site why we're doing this ordinance and why it's unique and why we want to preserve it and not sell it off and do other things to it. So we were trying to have some sort of findings and some background about how unique this site is and why it's different than other public facility sites. So that's where we put in the whereases to sort of kind of tell the story of why we want to do it here and not everywhere, because clearly people don't want the overlay everywhere. So that was sort of the intent.
Okay, that's what I wanted to understand. Thank you very much, City Attorney. That's the end of my questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Can you help me understand why the Neutra House was not identified? That's a permanent site. The Neutra House is a historic building and it's a valuable aspect within our community center.
So Councilmember Liang, I think the Neutra House is something that could be included in the whereas. I think the root or the intention, what we're trying to do is show that the Civic Center site uses change over time. They develop what may have been a use years ago, may not be a use now. So we tried to get a mix of that to show the special nature of the Civic Center site and why this applies. I do think Neutra House could be included. I also think the bus barn, as the Vice Mayor brought up, could be excluded. Our purpose was just to try and find a mix of uses that showed how unique this property is to the city. And that's why some things are in and some things are out. But there certainly, I think, is legitimate debate on where we could have ended on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee Eng. Any other questions from council? Okay, seeing no other hands, City Clerk, let's go to the public to see if we have any speakers.
So far, I see one hand.
And please, members of the public, please raise your hand now if you have a comment. It's 8:45 and we still have two big items this evening. And so we really want to have a real idea of how many speakers we have on each item. Okay.
So
Okay,
one hand.
Right, I see one hand now. Let's give the speaker 3 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Martin.
Thanks. This is Frank Martin again. Thanks, council members. I think this is a good discussion, so I appreciate it very much. In terms of simplicity, which someone raised earlier, my question is why not just simply include the entire 18-acre site without getting into the details of which item is or isn't included? And if you're not going to do that, I really strongly believe I'd like to know why the bus barn is not included. I'd like to have Lacey included and the Neutra House included if that's the path you're going down with the whereases. So if you're only dealing with the Hillview, the previous council wanted to protect that entire property, and I think we should do the best we can to do so. The other comment I would make is I would also include some term for lease, because lease can be easily used as a misuse. It happened with the Children's Corner. It happened with the French school at Grant Park. It will happen again because people always want our land. So I think we need to protect ourselves from ourselves by basically having some clause that says you cannot gift land away by some lease that's $99 a year or $1 a year or something that's not at full retail value. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Frank. I see we have another speaker who popped up after I said 3 minutes.
Yes, you do. That's Roberta. Roberta?
Oh, hi. Yes, I was having trouble raising my hand. I apologize. So I do agree that, you know, we should address gifting. And, you know, having a lease for $1 a year is really a gift. And I think that we need to address gifting the land as something that we would want to restrict. I also agree, if you're going to go down the list, that the bus barn should be removed, that Neutra House should be included, that the Lacey building and the little park in front of the Lacey building should be included, because people do come back in a year of things. So either I happen to agree with Frank, and I didn't speak to him about it, you know, designate the entire 18 acres, or if you're going to have the list, please include the things that are permanent, like the Neutra House and Lacey. And if something is just a lease and might move someplace else, like the bus barn, take it off. Thank you. That's all the time I need. I appreciate it. Bye.
Thanks, Roberta. Okay, I'll bring it back to council for discussion. Who would like to get us started? I will get us started. So first, let me thank staff. I do think this proposed ordinance reflects the direction from council at our last, whenever we discussed it and gave direction to staff. So I really want to commend them and thank them for putting a lot of thought into this proposed ordinance. I appreciate the whereas recitals, because I do think it highlights the uniqueness of this property. You know, I defer to staff on why they didn't include Lacey and they include the Bus Barn Theater, and why they didn't include Neutra House. But for me, it is very important for those whereas recital clauses that it sets out the uniqueness of the Civic Center site. You know, I listened to the questions asked and the comments from the public. Apart from that, you know, I have no other suggestions to change the text. I'm open to hearing what other council members have to say, but I think staff really did a good job on this draft ordinance. Councilmember Meadows.
Thank you, Mayor. I would agree. Staff has transformed this since the last time we saw it. And I think, to be clear, the whereases are examples. They are not carving out pieces of the community center property. This covers the whole property. The whereases are just examples. But a couple comments I have, which is the question around subdivision, which we hadn't talked about before. And subdivision, it was spelled out, does not actually transfer, convey fee title interest, but it's viewed as a first step potentially in carving out something for sale. But subdivision itself doesn't actually do what the other things do that this ordinance is trying to address. And I could think of examples potentially where we could want to subdivide that wouldn't involve sale if we felt we were fairly permanent in where various things are in the community center, say after we have a police station and our city staff are adequately housed. And I meant that in terms of office space. I'm not talking affordable housing or whatever. But we may want to subdivide to create a green space in a permanent location versus something you know, versus right now, I think, you know, we're committed to the green space, but it could move depending on how we end up over time designing that space. So I don't think subdivision is necessarily should be included in that same bucket. I can see that our city manager has popped up. I don't know if you want to address that right now, or you're just
I can, Councilmember Meadows. I was turning it on in anticipation, but I'm happy to respond now if you'd like me to.
go right ahead, because I won't lose track. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the subdivision addition is a policy decision for council. What we thought we heard the last time this was discussed was as strict of protection standards as were possible through ordinance. Subdivision we viewed as exactly as you stated it, as a first step required to a transfer sale, which is why it's included. To your point, there are certainly legitimate reasons that council may want to subdivide without selling the property. But the reason it is included is we thought that's the direction we heard.
Right. Okay. So I'm reacting to seeing that there then, and thank you for including it. I still happen to feel, like I said last time, that basically the Surplus Land Act removes most motivation for cities to put any property up for sale because of the way that Land Act works, and then basically a sale process is taken out of your hands and you have to offer it to basic government entities, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think the scenario that we're going to choose to sell our prime unique city center property is realistic. I'm also going to point out that, as it says in the staff report, that basically this is exempt if there's various state or federal affordable housing requirements. This isn't going to protect this site from those, because those laws will supersede this ordinance. This can be changed by any council majority. And in order to do this, it imposes time and resource intensive process that really doesn't protect against, you know, how useful is it protecting against a negligible likelihood, in my opinion. I know other people will disagree. But the biggest factor why I myself will not support this is because I think it's rather ironic that this requires a vote of the people while ignoring that there was an actual vote of the people a few years back, not on the exact same thing, but essentially the majority supported representative government and city councils, present and future, to make decisions for them. This is putting a vote of the people in place and ignoring a vote of the people that took place. I think that takes precedence over whatever a previous city council may have said. And because of that, I will not support this.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. I do want to follow up on a question, Mr. England, that Councilmember Meadows asked, because I do want to understand this subdivision question. So again, hypothetically, if we were to construct a new police station, but we wanted to place it somewhere else on our civic center, does this ordinance prohibit us, or this could be the city attorney's question, but does this ordinance prohibit us from doing that kind of subdivision to allow for that kind of movement or placement of different public facilities?
So does the city attorney want to take the first shot at this?
Well, now that you're talking about the subdivision, and one thing that I was thinking about, let's say we do want to finance the new police facility, we may want to have a separate parcel that is, that is subject to bonds and the payback on the bonds, and if there was a ballot measure or something for the funding of that. So there may be a reason for a subdivision, because the MAP Act applies to subdivisions for the purpose of sale, lease, and financing. So that might be a hindrance in the future if we did want to carve off parcels for ourselves, the city, for the future police facility. And I do know sometimes that they, it's harder to finance if you don't have like an asset.
Right. So
So
to that point, City Attorney, is there a way, if majority wants to support the ordinance, to add language that carves out an exception for city facilities that would permit subdivision that wouldn't trigger a sale? Not trigger a sale, but trigger a vote.
So Mayor, I may suggest, based on that, instead of carving out a section for city properties or buildings, council may want to consider striking subdivision as opposed to trying to craft language that would include it in certain scenarios.
Thanks, Mr. England. Other council members? This is discussion or motion. Vice Mayor.
Okay. I would be comfortable, for the reasons that the city attorney has cited, with striking the subdivision language. Could go either way. On the Neutra House, it would mean changing the map to include that additional parcel, because I do believe that that is a separate parcel. And I think Mr. Biggs could confirm that. I would like to see a whereas that calls out the green space use, since we've gone to so much trouble and the goal is to show the diversity of use. Because when this matter came to the prior council, and I do respect that Councilmember Weinberg said he went back and looked at a meeting, but I remember several meetings, and at one or more of those meetings, the action taken by council was to promise to do this as specifically a way to try and defeat Measure C. And so it was, to me, a promise made to our community by that council that if they would defeat Measure C, the council would protect this property. So I see this as executing on a promise made by a prior council for a very specific reason. And for that reason, I will support this. In addition, I think it is good public policy, irrespective of the Land Act, the Surplus Land Act, because we don't know what the legislature might do at any time on anything. And obviously we can't prohibit them from imposing something else on us, but I don't want to hide behind the current rules of the Surplus Land Act as a reason not to follow through on the promise made by a prior city council. I frankly would rather not see the clause about the theater, because it's a temporary use and it's technically not predominantly a city's use, even though we have a 30% use. But again, I'm not going to let that hang up, voting one way or the other for this. But I do want to see the green space added here, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And Mr. Biggs, do you want?
We can just reword it in a special way where if we need to carve out a possible parcel for government use, we can. And that's for government use purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Liang. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. At our last meeting where we discussed this issue, I think I made my position pretty clear. I think Councilmember Meadows hit the nail on the head on every single issue. I'm just going to say ditto to what she said. There's no real need for me to reiterate anything except for one point. But before I do, in response to what the Vice Mayor said, I understand that she may have attended more meetings than I have. I don't know if that's true. At the last meeting we had, I said, I watched the meeting. I actually watched several meetings, and I did not hear any kind of a promise made by the prior council. And I invited any member of the public to show me where a promise was actually made. So if a promise was actually made, I did want to know that. But since that time, no one has shown me where a promise was made. I'm open to seeing that, but I don't believe that that's what happened. I don't believe that a promise was made. Nevertheless, even if a promise was made, since the prior council made that promise, the voters rejected Measure C. And for me, that really is the beginning and end of this conversation. I think that this council has an obligation to be resident-centric. I think we need to listen to the residents. And when there is a vote on an issue and the voters go to the polls and say, this is what we want or this is what we don't want, I think that that takes away any real moral ground we have to do something to the contrary. So for that reason, I agree with Councilmember Meadows. I can't support this measure.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. So I will go next. And I will start out by addressing Measure C. As we all remember, Measure C was much broader than what this ordinance is. It applied to many more city-owned properties, and it was much broader than just the sale of the property. I view this as very narrowly scoped only to the Civic Center. It excludes license and leases. And so I view this as a policy decision, respecting, regardless if the word promise was made or what was said at that council meeting in City Hall. I think I was at the back of that room. I do miss that room. And so I will support, if a motion is made, I want to be clear that I would support adding the green space language, Neutra House. I do want to keep in Bus Barn Theater. I do think it's important. It currently sits on the Civic Center, so I think it should be included. I'm also comfortable removing the subdivision because it would be a two-step process and they'd still have to get around the sale provision. So I'm comfortable also removing subdivision from the draft ordinance, and there's a motion to introduce it tonight and then they'll bring it back with these amendments. That's definitely something I can support. I also really appreciate the language in the ordinance that has the carve out for any laws, for example, housing mandates and affordable homes, because that would trump this ordinance for obvious reasons. And so I would support that type of ordinance. I don't know if someone wants to make a motion capturing those elements. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I want to be respectful. Councilmember Meadows still has her hand up. I'm not sure if she has something else she wants to say.
It's from before. It's from before.
Okay. So I would like to see if I can do this correctly here. Introduce and have first reading as read by title only and waive further readings of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Los Altos, adding a new chapter 11.13 entitled Restriction on the City-Owned Property, commonly known as the and my paper got cut off. Los Altos Community Center site to Title 11 with miscellaneous property regulations of the Los Altos Municipal Code that will prohibit 1, the sale, transfer, or title, and striking or subdivision of the Los Altos Community Center site without voter approval, with the following further amendments to proposed ordinance number 2021-477. And that is to add a whereas clause that includes and calls out the Neutra House as a unique item that is on the site, and the use of sections of the site as green space and recreational fields. And I think that, Mayor, does that capture everything you had wanted? And City Attorney, am I sufficient?
I'd like to make a friendly amendment. So could you repeat your motion again that you added? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure you added the Neuter House, but you forgot Lacey.
I'm sorry, Mayor, will you also concur in the addition of calling out Lacey?
She said she
I'm
would.
indifferent. Yes, I'm fine. with
Okay,
that.
then yes, I'll accept the friendly amendment to add a whereas clause regarding the Los Altos Youth Center.
But I also want to clean up some language here. And if I could continue my friendly amendment.
Please,
So,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, my friendly amendment is in the whereas we identified the community theater. I want to state that the community theater has been provided a license agreement on the site, and then say that it provides a venue and the rest of the sentence. My concern, once again, is making sure we have flexibility on our civic site property. And I'm just stating it as facts that's given.
I would not accept that as a friendly amendment because I accept the city attorney's explanation that these whereases are intended to demonstrate the types, some of the unique types of use currently there. They do not codify that those uses will continue, as I understand.
Yes.
Okay, and then when we talked about Lacey, we're talking about, we also need to talk that little playground in front of Lacey.
The whereas should indicate that it has an adjacent play area, that
Yes,
Lacey with an adjacent play area. I think that
I don't think that's necessary.
I don't think it's necessary. So just,
Okay.
you know, the other green space is sufficient.
Okay, and then I will be glad to second. Oh, did you second that, Mayor? I'm sorry.
I did not second it. So you can second it. So we have a motion by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Lee Eng. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Meadows,
No.
Vice Mayor Enander,
Yes.
Mayor Fliger,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng,
Yes.
and Councilmember Weinberg.
No.
Thank you. That motion passes 3-2.
Thank you, City Clerk, and it's 9:12. So let's take an 8-minute break and return at 9:20. I will say, I think we'll get through the other 3 items tonight for those listening in. So we'll see you back at 9:20. Okay, I see everybody's back. City Clerk, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Thank you. So we will resume our meeting at 9:21 p.m. And we will pick up with our next agenda item, which is item number 8, the Los Altos Theater Working Group presentation. And I know Vicky Reeder, the current executive director and president, and I'm sure she has other titles for the Los Altos Stage Company, will be presenting this item. I thought I saw her name. Oh, here she is.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, then I'm going to begin. Thank you very much, Mayor Flagger and council members for this opportunity. I really appreciate sharing the excitement that our working group generated when we had our various meetings about a possible downtown theater. You know, it was another council quite a long time ago that made a decision in opposition to the staff recommendations at that time to take on the assets of the current theater that was in the Bus Barn building then and absorb those costs to repay a debt to that theater company, but and then replace it with a new theater company, which was the Los Altos Stage Company. And 27 years later, we're still here, we're still going strong, and we're delighted to have an opportunity to talk a little bit about what could happen in our town. We hope that you'll take another chance on us and help us create a bigger, better, well-ventilated, solar-powered, state-of-the-art new structure that will put 20,000 new patrons on the downtown streets once it's completed. Those people that go to the theater will also be using our shops and restaurants and parking ones and doing as many activities as they can fit in. The Wall Street Journal recently had an article that stated that Los Altos was the most highly educated city in California, and that we have more people with bachelor's degrees, over 82%, than any other California city, and an average income of over $235,000, the average being $75,000. So it just seems to me that we have the smarts, we have the means, and we have enthusiasm and support. So I want to show you a few slides that I think you've already seen, but the people watching won't have seen. So I'm going to try to share my screen now and do a slideshow. Okay, everybody's good? I am clicking on slideshow according to my technical advisor. Having a theater downtown was once taken for granted, and those who lived here from the 40s through the 70s enjoyed seeing shows at the Los Altos Theater on Main Street, where we now have an organic mattress store. I'm not going to read these slides to you. I'm going to go through them fairly quickly. The goal of a new theater is, the goals are simple: to enhance the vibrancy of the downtown, to, especially in the evening times, to provide a place for our youth, which the youth program is something that I think really people haven't recognized enough for what it does for the youth of our town. To provide a home for them and our resident theater companies and help them grow. We hope it will increase cultural participation of all our residents. And we hope that we will be attracting residents of surrounding communities, which we already do. The Stage Company has patrons that come from as far away as Gilroy and San Francisco. We really feel that the downtown vision, oops, where's my downtown vision? There, excuse me, gave us a lot to work with. When in terms of what they already had come up with in that document about the viability of a downtown theater. And so we think that we should create a downtown theater as they proposed. You asked us to look at conceptual plans and capital costs, which we did. We used the work that was done in 2014 by Elevation Architects and feel that that model is still a successful, potential successful model for a small theater. We're not talking about covering a whole parking plaza. We're talking about taking up about 40 spaces out of 100 of the plaza. We are estimating it would probably cost in the neighborhood of $15 to $20 million. The operating model, which we think has been successful in many of our city ventures in the past, is a public-private partnership, much like the History Museum has. And we think that what a critical factor for its success is that we can build on the history. We've had live theater in this town for over 40 years, and it's done very well. Contrary to some comments I saw, the Los Altos Stage Company has always ended every year with a profit. I want to show you just a few, excuse me, I went too fast. These are the people that worked on the working group with me, and I was really grateful for all the work that they did and the comments and suggestions that they made. There were a lot of people that I did not know, and so it was a real pleasure for me to get to meet new people who have a lot of great ideas, and I'm really interested in the younger people in this group who I think are going to be very, very valuable citizens and activists in our community. I want to just show you a few theaters in our surrounding cities. This is a big one, a 600-seat theater. This is a small one. This is a repurposed new theater at a high school. This is also a repurposed high school theater. And this is the closest one we have just up the hill, the Loman Theater, which is fairly new. I'm surprised to learn that it's been operating since 2007. So you look at all those buildings and then you look at Los Altos. And this is the original building was, as has been mentioned, a school bus barn and owned by placed here by the Los Altos School District way long time ago. But it's been a theater since 1976, and it's definitely showing its age, even though a lot of the interior parts of it have been replaced. We've done in those 45 years over 100 productions. We've employed hundreds of artists and had tons of volunteers, and we have 39 current and former board members that have worked very diligently to keep it all going. In 2014, the Elevation Architects came to the Stage Company board, and we had a charrette with them, and they created this rendering of a possible theater. This is the rendering they just did for us. This was the working group asked them to come back and show us what a theater could look like on the parking plaza behind the post office. You will see there's still a driveway that goes to the post office, and you will see also in front of it a small plaza that's about 4,000 square feet that would become a community plaza. I also want to caution you that you're looking at a rendering. This is not a plan. This is just one person's idea of what a theater could look like. You've just seen a whole bunch of different kinds of theaters. Any one of those styles of theater would be possible to create in a location. Very briefly, we think that the youth pictured here are part of our very successful program we did last summer, the Starlight Express, where the youth theater put on a show with 19 young people wearing roller skates and singing and dancing at the same time. It was quite spectacular, and I really hope that you will take advantage of the youth theater program that the city owns and that we operate for them. It's totally exciting to see what these kids can do, and I can't imagine a more exciting thing than for our youth to have a really great facility to perform and take classes and go to camps in. So yes, it would be an enrichment for our youth. As I mentioned, you can park once and go dine and see a show. You don't have to walk from spot to spot. We think it would enhance downtown vitality. The downtown vision makes that quite clear, that there's more sales tax revenue generated when there's more things to do down there. We also think that it's been a long time since there was a state-of-the-art building built in our downtown, and we'd love it to be a theater. And also there will be an opportunity for us to have this be a multi-use facility where there can be films, lectures, and other kinds of uses. It's not going to be huge. The plan that we're looking at was about for approximately 180, 190 theater seats in the auditorium. So it's not going to, the shows that TheaterWorks does in Mountain View are still going to stay there. That's not going to change. But I think we would have a first-rate facility plus a plaza available for indoor and outdoor events like the First Fridays are right now. As a longtime resident, I saw the plans for the new community center that were made in the 80s and shelved, and then remade in the 90s and shelved again. And then finally now we have a wonderful new community center, which thrills me greatly. I'm very excited at the prospect of creating a new downtown theater that will benefit our entire community. I hope you'll act with boldness, speed, and resolve the next time you meet at the end of November and move a new theater forward. Here are our recommendations. I believe you've already read these. I'm not going to read them to you. I see Nisa frowning, she's staring. I don't know if that means she needs more time with this slide. I think I've not been talking for 10 minutes yet, but I do have a short video that I want to show you, and then you can ask me questions. And I believe the city clerk needs to launch that video. I'll try. See if this works. We couldn't practice this part. Well, my technical advisor is running to, Where? Oh, here, okay, got it. Here we go.
Cultural aspect, it should feed the soul of its citizens. As a longtime LaSalton and activist and property owner, I'm really excited that the theater group is advancing the important element of the downtown vision plan, which will bring a lot of vitality and vibrancy to downtown Los Altos for all ages. A new theater for Los Altos would be a vital and amazing resource and gift to the community.
A new theater in Los Altos needs accessibility for performers and patrons like me.
I think the most important thing about a new theater for downtown Los Altos would be an extraordinary community building facility.
A new theater built in downtown Los Altos would really help revitalize live theater and live performing for this century.
The theater in Los Altos will provide safer environment and better workspace for local artists and the designer to create art in Los Altos.
And a new theater for Los Altos would be great because we could have a larger audience, a larger stage, and maybe even a live orchestra.
And a new theater for Los Altos would mean many more people having the opportunity to build community, perform, have fun, and a great education for our kids.
For me, it's important to promote creativity and expression because it connects and enriches a community, in particular for the youth. And as a longtime resident of Los Altos, a community theater has never been more important as it can bring together local youth and adults alike for a common goal.
I think theater is unique in what it can do for people's social skills, right? For their interaction, for the ways that they see the world, the ways that they see themselves.
Yeah, this is totally a game changer. This was really helpful. It provides actors to perform, do stuff, live together, not live together, be together, and most importantly, it connects them in many ways, more ways than you think.
And we in the community deserve to have a better theater than we do. We should all get behind this. It's just urgent.
So I'm hoping that we will see finally a return of the theater to downtown Los Altos.
Okay, that is my video. And just to reiterate, these are the things that we are asking you to consider and proposing to you. And I believe your November meeting is not the 23rd. I have been informed it's the following week. But we would recommend that you draft a memorandum of understanding between the stage company and the city. And you can read all those words. I don't need to go through them right now unless you insist. And we think that all the things that people have commented about, and we reached out to a lot of various groups and commissioners and people that you saw in my document that I sent you, parking, the structure itself, who's maintaining it, what are the costs, et cetera, et cetera. And we do think that the city needs to be involved in this feasibility study, and with some funds and possibly some staff time that could be in-kind time that would work toward that total amount. And we also feel it would be great to have an oversight task force, much like the community center project did. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. I'm going to stop screen sharing.
Thank you, Vicki. Excellent presentation, and I so appreciate that video. Only a theater agenda item could present something like that. And I do want to recognize and thank Vicki for what she has done since March. For those who weren't with us in March, Council supported the formation of a theater working group, and Vicki headed up that group. She placed ads, recruited residents from all over Los Altos, held multiple meetings. As we saw in their report, leading up to this meeting, they also met with other groups and residents. So really, Vicki, no matter what happens tonight or in the future, I do want to recognize and thank you for all the work that you have done. Again, unpaid, and just because of your passion for the theater and doing things that benefit the community. And as we heard, you've been doing this for decades. And, I always say this, you're still as excited and passionate about it as you were, not that I was there, but as you were on day one. So I do want to just thank you so much for all the work you've done. I also want to address some comments that were made by residents regarding the fact that I have publicly expressed my support for a theater. And I will point out that I am not doing this behind closed doors. A matter of fact, at the March 23rd meeting, when we supported the formation of a working group, I said at that meeting, it's recorded, that I support a community theater. And as you know, the theater is part of the downtown vision plan that was adopted by our city council. And earlier we were talking about actions taken by prior councils. A prior council adopted this downtown vision plan as a guide that the council would consider for future improvements or developments in downtown that it could support. Also, for the last 3 years, our council has said it would look at the downtown vision plan to see if there are any elements of the downtown vision plan we wanted to support or implement, such as the Parklet program. Therefore, this is not a new idea. And like other ideas touted by council members over the years, from commercial kitchens at Grant Park to what should go at 999 Fremont, or support for the community center or affordable housing project, that's what we do as elected officials. We share our vision for the city, and we can all disagree on the vision or the policy, but there is nothing unethical about doing it. Today, and we talked about the History Museum earlier, today we all enjoy the History Museum, and many people refer to it as a community gem. You could look back at how that History Museum came about. It took bold leadership from the council back then, along with the residents, to move that History Museum forward. And Councilmember Lee Eng mentioned Neutra House earlier because she wanted to protect Neutra House. That was also a bold initiative by our leadership saying they wanted to do that. So the key for myself and other council members, if we support a project, is to ensure when it comes to us as council members that we have an open and fair-minded approach when we consider that project. And I can tell you, even though I think a community theater would be great for many of the reasons that we heard from Vicki, I still, if a project comes to us tonight or in the future, would approach it with an open and fair mind. And I will tell you, I don't agree with everything that's in their proposal or what they're asking for tonight. But it doesn't mean that we can't have a discussion, an open discussion about our vision for the community, because that's what we were elected to do, and we may all disagree. So I just wanted to make sure I put that on the record and respond to some of the comments by only a couple of residents. And from there, I do want to quickly go to our city attorney. Jolie, do you have anything to add regarding a council member stating publicly that, for example, they support a theater?
No, there's a general rule that, you know, elected officials can have strong opinions about certain matters. And as long as you still show that you're fair and impartial and consider all the evidence at the hearing, it won't be a common law bias, because it's definitely not a financial conflict. So I don't see any issue with it.
Right. Thank you, city attorney. And I do have another question. So I'm going to segue into questions like we normally do. One of the requests from the group is for the city to enter into an MOU that includes a lease of city-owned land. What would be the implications for such a MOU under the SLA?
Well, under the SLA, we would have to carefully look at the lease structure, because we would have to follow the SLA if the lease was over 5 years. And so an MOU committing us to a lease of a long-term lease we'd have to look at the SLA implications. And then the other thing that I need to caution the council about is you're just giving direction for support of forming the group and going forward. But any MOU or anything that is some sort of prior commitment, it would have to be drafted very carefully. We call it the Save Terra issue, because the council cannot pre-commit to a project that has not undergone CEQA review. So we have to take this slowly.
No, thanks, Ms. Houghton. I remember you had us include that in the 330 Distill Circle MOU as well. When former Mayor Pepper and I brought that forward, you insisted on that as well. So Vicki, I have a question for you, or maybe another member of the working group. Why is the group recommending the Walgreens parking plaza instead of the parking plaza that's next to the grill? And I used to know all the numbers. It's number 12. You're recommending, I think, number 12 on the downtown vision plan.
Right.
And I know others also said, you know, why not just leave it at the Civic Center site? So can you address why this location?
Yes, it's because that's what the downtown vision cited as their top choice, to look at that plaza in front of Walgreens and behind Main Street as a cultural hub. They propose not only placing a theater on the 3rd Street end of it, but placing another structure on the 2nd Street end of it, which could be housing or a hotel that might have a underground parking that would benefit the entire town. In terms of why move it downtown versus rebuilding where it is, the theaters doesn't really need to be downtown for our benefit necessarily. It's for the benefit of the community and the downtown vitality. That's why the downtown vision made that very clear, that when people can drive, people complain to us when they want to have, where do we go for dinner to go before we see a show? Oh, you want us to park over there and then drive over and park over. I mean, it's not very far, but crossing San Antonio is definitely a barrier. And so we aren't like, give us that parking plaza or else we withdraw. It could be moved someplace else, but having it be a hub seems like the best thing if what we want to do is have a vibrant downtown. It would be fine across the street.
Thank you, Vicki. And then parking, and I want to make sure I understand what the group is saying in their proposal. Because there was different sections that address parking needs and how you offset parking, the fact that this would potentially, be placed in a current parking plaza. Is the group saying that if a theater is placed in the parking plaza, the city would not need any additional parking spaces
Yes.
to replace those spots?
Well, if you look at the vision itself, it talks a lot about not building more parking, but redesigning the parking we have, the restriping, that there's about 1.4 times as much parking in our lots as we utilize currently because of the wide spaces between each car, that there's lots of ways to improve our downtown parking without adding parking structures or more lots. And the fact that theaters are mainly attended during evening times and on weekends are low use parking times in our town. So it's all part of what the vision state says quite clearly about how they view, and they looked at trends, and the trends are that fewer people are trying to move away from a car-centric downtown to a more pedestrian-friendly downtown where people park once and walk around and do things.
Thanks, Vicki. And then my last question has to do with the cost of the feasibility study. And I know it also includes creating a fundraising plan as well. And the estimate in the report is between 150 to 200,000. How would the group go about, and you're asking the city to contribute 50,000, how would the group go about raising the other 150,000? Have you already, what would that look like?
Well, we had some discussions with the Los Altos Community Investments people. We've had discussions with the Los Altos Mountain View Community Foundation, and we think the foundations would be very interested, but I think they want the council support before they would engage with us about grants for a feasibility study. And I know that I've spoken with the city manager, and he also indicated that he would want to be involved. I mean, the city would need to be involved if this is a public-private partnership. We wouldn't want the city to be hands off of something this vital and new in our town. So none of this has worked out yet, but we think that we can find the funds and we also will approach donors. We really do feel that there are people that are very capable, not only of funding a feasibility study, but of really providing serious support to the construction of a new theater.
Thank you, Vicki. Those are the questions from me for now. I see Councilmember Weinberg has his hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor. And Peter, thank you very much for that presentation. And thank you to the entire working group that has been working so hard to put this presentation together and really try to give this idea legs. I appreciate that. Full disclosure, I did meet with a couple members of the working group a couple of weeks ago. I thought it was a very useful opportunity to exchange ideas, and they sort of gave me a preview of what to expect tonight. With respect to the feasibility study, could you please explain a little bit about what you expect the feasibility study to say and how you came up with the conclusion that it would cost between $150,000 to $200,000?
Well, we think that that's where you need to have actual experts. That we were a lovely group of volunteer people, but we were not architect. Well, we had one architect, but we were not trained to design a building or to do a parking study, or none of us are capital campaign experts. So we think we need some experts and to cover all those areas that people want to, understand completely. And so that's why we think, in the vision itself talks about a feasibility study, and it mentions a parking study, and then you need the structure. I mean, we would want to see plans designed and debated, and then costed out. We have a sketch of both the floor plan, and we have a sketch, as you saw, of an exterior. But we feel that it's important to have people that actually know how to build things, including a lot of our city staff, you know, that are experts in some of these things. And the $200,000 number was just sort of it's just seemed like it was a best guess, but that's really all it is. We don't have any bids. We don't have any authority to seek, you know, any kind of advice from anybody where there would be a payment involved.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm looking at the very impressive list of people that, people and entities that the working group has engaged with. I do notice that it doesn't look like you've made contact with anyone from the city of Los Altos Hills. And
yes, I did.
Oh, you did?
I did talk to Mayor Tonka. We had a great discussion. I'm sorry if I omitted that. It was probably an error on my part. But yes, we had a good chat. And
do you think that the city of Los Altos Hills might be interested in contributing?
Let's say yes. I mean, I really don't. Yeah, I would. I don't know. They don't have a great track record in my knowledge of contributing like we think they should to community projects, but I certainly want to try.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. And I also met with a few members of the working group. So I want to make sure. So thanks for that reminder, Councilmember Weinberg. Who would like to go next? Council members, questions before we go to public comment? Vice Mayor?
Okay, I'll ask a couple. One is, as envisioned this MOU, I'm trying to kind of sequence what would happen when. The reason for the MOU seems to be to fix a location from which the feasibility study is then done. Do I have that right, or do I not? And I should disclose I was approached by a couple members of the working group and did talk with them, but we did not discuss that. So I'm asking now. Thank you.
I don't think the MOU would fix the location as much as fix the commitment of the city and the council to proceed. That in other words, if we had a commitment from the council that they were willing to engage in a feasibility study with the stage company as the nonprofit entity, that then we could look at the location would be one of the things the feasibility study would cover. It's not fixing that particular plaza.
Okay, so then I'm uncertain. Well, never mind. I'll come back to that. This is perhaps a question for staff and not for you, Ms. Reeder, unless you know the answer. I believe we currently subsidize the existing theater for the purposes of supporting the youth theater, and we pay 30% of the utilities and so on. Does anybody know approximately what that amounts to over the course of I'm going to ask for a normal year, recognizing that the last couple of years have not been normal?
The youth theater program is a city-run program that any child in Los Altos and in other cities too can pay a fee to join. It's published in the rec department booklet, and people can sign up and pay a fee and be in the performance. So there's money collected. That's different than the 30% figure you're referring to. So there is a fee collected that we share with the city. And there's some, our theater executive director has been out of town for the family emergency for some time, and he wasn't as available as I'd hoped he would be. So I can't answer exactly what the 30%, 70% split is of utilities. So it's not a very big amount of money. It's, somewhere around $5,000 total a year, I'm guessing. But it's not a substantial amount to pay the electrical and whatever else we pay. We don't have any water, so that doesn't, we just have electricity. I believe that's our only utility.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to get an indication, and I don't know if staff, if you know something that's any different from that, otherwise we'll take 5,000 as a total for the year and the city pays 30% and Bus Barn pays 70%. Thank you, that answers.
If there's an emergency of some, I mean, if there's a breakage or something, then the same percent applies.
Yes,
And
yes, I understand that. I understand that. I think for the moment, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Meadows.
I don't really have a question, and thank you, Ms. Reeder, for your presentation. I just wanted, since we seem to be disclosing now during questions, our communications, I did want to also reveal that I met with a couple of the working group members, the busy little bees.
we met with all of you.
Yes, there you go.
Councilmember Liang.
I would like to disclose I met with one member of their working group, or a member of their group. So I do have a few questions. Most times when people are seeking to partner with someone, they come with a business plan. And I hadn't seen one in the packet. Do you have a business plan?
No.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have is, how many productions do you put on a year?
8, with 3 with the youth theater and 5 with the main stage company productions, plus several summer and spring and summer camps for youth, and a couple fundraisers a year.
Okay, then the other thing is, some community theaters have been unable to be self-supporting. So if you build this new theater, or if there's a new theater, what makes you believe in the future that you'll be self-supporting?
I don't believe I ever indicated that we would. I think that there would have to be a funding source to maintain the theater. I had an interesting conversation with the executive director of the Mountain View Center for the Performing Arts, which rents out its theater space. And what Mr. Whistler told me was you have to have 1,500 seats in a theater for it to produce operating costs by ticket sales alone. If it's a smaller space than that, including the Mountain View Center, there has to be an additional funding source. The stage company is about 60%, our income comes 60% from ticket sales and 40% from earned income from fundraisers, grants, and donations. And that applies to almost every theater. And so there has to be, part of this feasibility study is looking at those questions about how to maintain a new structure and keep it funded.
So you just stated that Mountain View rents out their theater. So they have a wonderful theater. Have you considered partnering with the Mountain View Performing Arts? Because
no, it's too big. It's not in Los Altos, it's in Mountain View, and it's really not available. They have 3 resident companies. They have a few touring companies that come in for very short periods of time, a 1 or a weekend or 2 weekend, but it's booked.
Okay, because you mentioned they were renting it out, so I didn't know.
They do, but they rent it to TheaterWorks, and they rent it to PYT, and they rent it to another group, and then they rent it to for special events and things like that.
So you talked about the parking plaza, the city-owned parking plaza, and you talked about revitalizing the downtown. So my question is, why is the theater group not looking at the parking lot next to this new State Street Market? Because if their goal is to ensure that people can have access to restaurants, to help revitalize our downtown, why aren't you considering that parking plaza when we have a noted philanthropic community member downtown?
Well, we were basically we thought that the downtown vision made a great case for placing the theater on the other side of Main Street. And again, looking at the opportunity to create a cultural hub, not behind State Street Market. I mean, Los Altos isn't that big. You can easily dine at State Street Market, walk 2 blocks and be at a theater, and maybe stop at a shop in between. We really felt that it was important to try to implement this vision that you paid a tremendous amount of money for, and that you yourself were the seconder of the motion to adopt the downtown vision, which we salute you for. And it seemed ideal to us to do what the vision proposed and not try to create another plan on top of the plan we haven't implemented yet.
So I want to ask you, because you talked about how this would revitalize our downtown, and the data I've collected and gathered has demonstrated that theaters such as this has demonstrated a 2.7% increase of revenues for the restaurants in the cities that they are. How would that demonstrate a significant revitalization for our downtown?
That figure comes from the downtown vision. And if you look at the bottom line, it says that it's about $1 million more in sales tax revenue, the 2.7%. So that's fairly significant.
Okay. The other thing I have to ask is, my question is for the city manager. City manager, Mr. England. If they choose to move forward on this and go forward, they're asking for $50,000. What would that signify coming off our CIP list, or what can we not address for that 50,000, or what will be, what is the trade-off? I need to understand what the trade-off is.
So Councilmember Liang, we would need to come back, assuming council gives that direction, and first determine the type of work, the scope of work. If it was a CIP, potentially this could be funded through ARPA funding, potentially from general fund balance. But we would need to do an assessment of if there's a trade-off of projects or a change in priorities and what the funding source would be. And I think that's dependent on the direction council would give this evening.
Thank you. That's my questions for tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Liang, and thanks, Mr. England. So I don't see any other council member hands raised. So let's go to public comment. I see the hands are going up. And it's 10 o'clock. I'm doing the math. Okay. 18 hands. And please, if you want to comment, can you raise your hand now? Because I will. So 20 hands. So that's 40 minutes if I do 2 minutes each, which would take us to 10:40. So let's do 2 minutes each, City Clerk.
Okay.
Thank you.
So our first speaker is Hital Pandya. Hital Pandya.
Hital, are you there? And I'll just remind everybody, because I think we have some new folks tonight, that you do not have to use the entire 2 minutes. You have up to 2 minutes.
Looks like we're having some difficulty unmuting Hital. So I'm going to move on to Mr. Martin, Frank Martin.
Yes. Frank, are you there? Is he unmuted?
He's now unmuted. Yes, I'm having difficulty unmuting. He's now unmuted. Mr. Martin?
I don't see his hand anymore, City Clerk. So let's go to the next person. And if he rejoins, he can raise his hand again.
The next person would be Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, I just wanted to donate my time to Frank if he rejoins.
Okay. Let's see. Freddie Wheeler would be our next speaker. Ms. Wheeler?
Hello. I have a couple of people who are ceding their time to me. So could you maybe put me back in the queue until they're able to cede their time? Thank you.
Thanks, Freddie.
Okay. I have a call-in speaker. The last 4 digits are 0852.
I think that's the number from earlier.
Yes, it is. 0852.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Al Rooney. I'd like to cede my time to Scott Spielman.
Thanks, Al.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker would be Pat Marriott.
Are you there, Pat? Is she unmuted?
There's a delay in the unmuting. I'm trying to unmute her.
Okay.
Pat? Yes, she's unmuted.
Okay, I'm here.
Yay.
Yay. Clock going?
We can hear you.
I don't see the clock. So I don't know.
Nope. There you go.
What? Okay, first, if I could correct something, the mayor said the downtown vision was never approved. It was accepted. In January, our mayor insisted that one of the city's objectives be to, quote, support a theater group, but said no money or staff time would be required. 9 months later, the group wants money and public land. They come with no public outreach to average people, no financials, no business plan. They spent those months lobbying influencers, including commissioners and council members. Claudia Coleman spoke to Council Member Weinberg. In the October 18 video of the theater group meeting, she says, he was a strong proponent. He coached us not to bring up the downtown vision. He wanted to cut the ribbon for the theater. That's how excited he is. Coleman also said, let's pull this together and package it. Run it up the flagpole for Jonathan, Nisa, and Sally. See if it meets their needs. She did not mention Anita or Lynette. Rose then said, we talked to Sally. Can't say Sally will jump on the bandwagon. She's pragmatic, concerned about time and money. She's not a definite yes. Sally, I thank you very much for that. If these comments are accurate, regardless of what our city attorney says, I'm having a real tough time saying that Jonathan Weinberg and our mayor, Nisa Flygor, are approaching this objectively. And I would think at least they should have the courtesy to say, we're not going to vote on this because we've got our minds made up on this matter. Other things that happened in the video I saw, Toyota Lambda said, this won't fund itself in the long run. Vicki Reeder spoke to Joe Simidian, who said we have to get buy-in on all the constituencies in the committee. And Dennis Young, a member of the working group and town crier publisher, said, when do you want to talk to the town crier? I'll see what influence I can supply. And that's how business gets done in Los Altos. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat.
Our next speaker is Ying Lo.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ying Liu, and to give you the full disclosure, I'm a resident of Los Altos Hills, and I'm a board member of Los Altos Stage Company. Additionally, I'm on the Los Altos Library Commission and Park and Rec Committee for Los Altos Hills. I joined the Stage Company board 3.5 years ago simply because I was touched by Vicki and many board members' dedication as volunteers to bring diversified cultural experiences and build a community around performing arts for the past 27 years. For a city council, I heard like, people are focusing on the residents' experiences. I encourage city council members to think about the following questions. How many people will be proudly call Los Altos home, because Los Altos has a huge parking garage in the downtown versus having a vibrant downtown city center, including a state-of-the-art performing arts center? And how can we create value and preserve memories for our beloved community for generations to come? How can we help our residents, particularly young residents, regardless of their age, their gender, their color of skins, their accent of English, to discover their passion, build confidence, and make lifelong friendships? How can we find a common ground for people to get together and talk about something that give people a peace of mind? Library, museum, theater are all civic services and community amenities. I appreciate people's question about donations or business plans. I think we have few people on our board that are more business oriented. And I believe a community center in Los Altos will serve multi-purposes, and you will not regret if you make a decision to move forward with the exploration of a downtown theater. Thank you very much for your time and support.
Thank you, Yang.
Our next speaker is Terry Couture.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Terry Couture, and I'm calling as a private citizen, and I'm ceding my time to Freddie Wheeler.
Thanks, Terry.
Oops, I'm sorry. Our next speaker would be Claudia Coleman. Claudia.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm Claudia Coleman. I'm a member of the Theater Working Group. What I find compelling about the multi-purpose downtown theater is the opportunity to create a public-private project where philanthropy can play a key role. Museums, art, live performance production, youth theater, speakers, forums, these kinds of activities enhance and enrich our living in Los Altos experience, where we live 24/7. I encourage you to vote for a feasibility study to move the theater concept forward. A study is also a tangible activity that can be supported by donations, but it would be really important to have the city have some skin in the game to show their support. There will always be higher priority city projects versus the arts. This is why it's important to ask those in our community who have the capacity to give financially and to help make this possible. We wouldn't have the History Museum if Bob and Marion Grimm hadn't worked their magic. That's also true for the Neutra House being moved, placed on city land, renovated for a community meeting facility, and fully supported by donations and program rental income. They both have served Los Altos well. I encourage you to take action to further assess the feasibility of a downtown multi-purpose theater.
Thanks, Claudia.
Our next speaker is Pedrita Lipkin.
Good evening, Mayor Flieger and council members. I have been a Los Altos resident for over 21 years. I am on the Los Altos board, stage board for 3 years. And I am also part of the Downtown Theater Working Group. I encourage you today also to vote and support a new downtown theater. I can remember going to the very first, since I lived in Los Altos in 2000, to the very first showing performance of Anne Frank, and marveling at the level of excellence and positive excitement that the performance provided me and my family and the general community there. A downtown theater will expand and enhance the connection between Los Altos and the community and make it vital and important long-term part of the culture in Los Altos. Vicki Reeder has been a selfless leader with endless dedication to this cause. It is time for us to grow our little theater and have it thrive downtown. And I urge you to please vote to move this forward and do a feasibility study to see how this can be one of the best investments you can make for the future of our entire Los Altos community. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Patrita.
Our next speaker is John Baer.
So there's no doubt of the value of a theater in Los Altos, but where it is, how big it is, and who pays for it are open questions. And by the way, the downtown vision plan was not adopted, it was accepted, and there's an important difference there. The report that you have references that the committee met with various groups. As president of Friends of Los Altos, I was one of the 2 FOLA board members who met with the group. However, the way the report was written gave the impression that FOLA and perhaps other groups supported the proposal. We did not. We did not take a position on the proposal. In our conversation with the 2 committee members, we raised a number of issues that we felt it was important that the committee address before the city did anything, including addressing questions around parking, supply and demand, particularly as First Street condos continued to be built and underparked, the feasibility of the project, the costs and the financings of the project, and actually the voter interest in a project, because as the council may recall, we've just spent $40 million on a $25 million community center. There's a lot of analysis and work that needs to be done, and I believe that work needs to be done before the council commits to an MOU or an agreement to fund anything else. What's been presented really is a update of the work that was done in 2014. In my opinion, there still needs to be more work before the council should move on doing anything which involves city staff or city funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Our next speaker is Nancy.
This is Nancy Phillips. I'm a resident of Los Altos. I'd like to cede my time to Scott Spielman, please.
Thanks, Nancy.
Let's see, our next speaker is Teresa Morris.
Sorry, little unmuting issue there. Yes, Teresa Morris, and I forgot to say earlier, I am representing myself. I'm on the Park and Rec Commission, but I'm not speaking in that capacity this evening. I guess you can hear me, right? Okay, great. I love the part of the presentation tonight where it mentioned that there had been a theater in the downtown in the space that the mattress store is in now. I would love to see a theater take over some of the empty space in downtown, turn it into a state-of-the-art theater. That would be a lovely nod to the past. Both my husband and I are avid theater lovers. We have supported many. We hear repeatedly that theaters are struggling. They cannot draw in new and younger patrons. I do not believe that the public should fund the theater. I believe it should be funded 100% by private funds. If it cannot be funded by private donations, it shows a lack of intent and a lack of feasibility. Comparing Mountain View to Los Altos is misguided. Mountain View owns its own theater, controls it, and did not give its land away. And same with Foothill Theater. That's on the college land, and they don't have to make the money that a private or that a smaller theater would have to make in a downtown area. Should this move forward in any way at all tonight, I would say that it should first go to the voters, even for the feasibility study. In addition, parking is scarce with the parklets that we now have down there for the restaurants and they look like they will be remaining. We cannot possibly remove any more parking spaces. I would appreciate if each and every council member would consider all of the comments from both sides of this topic, and also recall that Measure C was specifically about not having parking lots sold and or leased out. And here we are again talking about it, just as we did with the community center a little bit ago. So I'd appreciate if it would be considered, because Measure C lost by a very small margin. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa.
Our next speaker is Curtis Cole.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time. It takes a lot of businesses, infrastructure. You're not hearing me. Yes?
No, we're hearing you.
Okay, great. I didn't see the timer go. Takes
Sorry.
a lot of businesses, services, infrastructure to make a livable community. And we clearly have a wonderful community here, and I'm quite happy with it, even though I don't use all of the services or businesses. Now, we built that community over decades through efforts of leaders like yourselves who decided how to use our limited resources, land, money, and time. You have an opportunity before you tonight to continue to improve our community. A public comment letter said that our land is not yours to give away, but no one's proposing giving away the land. Allowing restaurants to have parklets isn't giving away the land. It's a wise reaction to support the downtown businesses. Obviously, it's your job to decide how to use city property for the benefit of the citizens and businesses, knowing that even all citizens don't use all services. Luckily, you don't need to do that alone. You can get some citizens' input, and you have. You have downtown vision accepted, I understand, in 2018 by the City Council, and it cites the advantages of a live theater in Los Altos, especially in the evenings. So let's follow that advice and let's explore ways to get a theater downtown. Start the MOU, flesh out the business plan, review location options. The city will keep the parking plaza. It will save millions of dollars with a public-private partnership, and the small dollar amount in the feasibility study won't impact things for the next few years. My wife asked me why people oppose a theater downtown, and I said, I don't know. You know, maybe some people don't like theaters, won't use them, don't want the city to have one. Those are not the people who build community. A theater and a plaza will be used for a variety of activities downtown for decades. Let's get started right away. Start the feasibility study and get answers. It's an excellent investment in our community. Mayor and council members, thank you for your attention and your service.
Thanks, Curtis.
Our next speaker is Roberta.
Hi, this is Roberta. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'd like to cede my time to Freddie Wheeler.
Thanks, Roberta.
Okay, our next speaker is Scott Hunter.
All right, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you very much. Hi, my name is Scott Hunter. I'm the executive director of the Los Altos Village Association. And full disclosure, I'm also a member of the board of directors of the Stage Company and a member of the theater working group, as well as a lifelong theater patron going back to my early days when my parents started taking me to musical theater in Sacramento through my time here in Los Altos. I don't want to reiterate a lot of that's already been said here. I think that it's been well documented on the support that this theater has amongst the community, but also wanted to point to the letter that was submitted from the Los Altos Village Association Board of Directors, a board made up of local businesses as well as community members who thoroughly discussed the matter and voted to support a theater in downtown Los Altos, knowing full well the what it will bring to the downtown in terms of not only tax revenue and such, but vitality and social connections that a theater like that does. So I'd like to point to that letter and go ahead and finish up my time. Thank you very much, and hope that you will support the feasibility study to look deeper into this matter.
Thanks, Scott.
Our next speaker is M. Menning.
I'd like to concede my time to Frank Martin.
What's your name, please?
Mike Menning.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see The next speaker is Joe Beninato.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good evening again. There was a survey that went around that has invalid information, but in spite of that, it pointed out that 43% of residents supported the theater versus the 39% who don't. 80% of Los Altos residents are under the age of 65, whereas the survey respondents, 57% of them were 60 plus. So nothing in that survey, from the people it went to the composition of the people who responded to it, are representative of the city. And a basic statistics course would show that we should just ignore most of what's in there. This week I read through the 2018 Downtown Vision Plan, and by the way, the minutes from August 28th of 2018 say that the vision plan was adopted. So I don't know what these other people are talking about. It's on the Los Altos website. Maybe the document is wrong, but
I am ready.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity to share the input of 444 of your constituents about the Downtown Theater project. This survey may not be scientifically valid, but it is the opinion of 444 of your constituents who want you to know what they think about a downtown theater. These residents may be older than the average quoted by someone. However, I think that hardly means that their opinions don't count and that you should just disregard them. We believe we reached far more residents of Los Altos with this survey than any other outreach effort. We sent the survey to more than 1,000 people on the LAR email list, and the survey was widely circulated via Nextdoor and by other groups' email lists. The survey was up for 2 weeks and it closed at the end of business on November 1st. So what were the results of the survey? 43% of respondents do want a downtown theater, 39% do not. 52% do not want a theater to replace a parking plaza. 51% do not want the city to contribute money to pay for the construction of a theater. 53% do not want the city to contribute to its ongoing maintenance and operation. 50% want to be able to vote on whether city land is used for a theater. 53% want to be able to vote on whether the city contributes to the cost of construction and to the cost of ongoing maintenance and operations of a theater. So what do the residents tell us are their top 3 priorities to spend their money on? 59% chose parks as their #1 priority. A new police building came in second with 52%. In third place, 59% chose housing, which is required by the state to meet our regional mandates. To see the other priorities, please refer to the survey results which we submitted. And what did the residents tell us are their top priorities for city land use? Taking first place by a wide margin is more parklets at 84%. 64% put using city land for housing required by the state to meet regional mandates in second place. More parking came in third at 61%. A theater came in fourth at 56%. How often did these residents say they would attend a live performance at a downtown theater? 21% said they would attend frequently. 28% would attend occasionally. 39% say they would attend rarely or never, and 12% were unsure. We hope you will review the survey results in their entirety, which we submitted to you last week, including all the comments. The comments included statements from people who thought the survey was biased in favor of a theater, as well as comments that thought the survey was biased against a theater. We want to thank you for the opportunity to share this information with you tonight. We are certain that you appreciate the opportunity to hear from 444 of your constituents. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you, Freddie.
Our next speaker is Scott Spielman.
Go ahead, Scott.
Hi, good evening. I am an enthusiastic supporter of the arts. I see tremendous value in a new theater. I spent, when I was in business school, one of the best things I did was taking a drama course. And I, to this day, value that experience, as well as visiting many of the theaters in the area multiple times. So I'm torn personally by this proposal. All things being equal, if we had the money and the staff, I would be one of the people leading the parade for a new theater. I hesitate, as we had this downtown vision plan that's been mentioned several times. It endorsed the idea of a theater. However, since that time, two things have changed dramatically. We overspent on our community center in the amount of about $15,000, or 60% of the community center was over what we initially intended, necessitating a $10 million loan, which was not on the most favorable terms. Secondly, we've run into COVID, and everyone's been impacted by COVID. The city has revenue shortfalls in the previous fiscal year, I think around 5 million, another 6 million this year, and perhaps over a five-year period, according to some in the city, we could see a shortfall in revenues of over $25 million. Now, in addition, our our books are not in the best of shape, and there is uncertainty about our financial situation. With that in mind, a fourth factor financially is even the chairman of our finance committee said that we shouldn't spend anything on capital improvement projects for the next couple of years. So with that in mind, the question is this the time for non-essential priorities? So let's talk about priorities for a moment. What are the priorities of the city? Well, as far as I can tell, we have not established clear priorities. We have 60 or so capital improvement projects, but it's not clear which are the most important ones. What should the priorities be? Should they be a police station? Should there be an EOC, housing? What about refurbishing the buildings? And how about a Grant Park renovation? And where does the theater fit in the overall priorities of the city? So with that in mind, I think it's incumbent upon our council to really delineate what the top priorities are and where does a theater fit. If council decides that that's the top priority, then I could see that going forward. But beyond that, what would the obligations to the city be in the form of cash and staff and a 5-year commitment and a memorandum of understanding given our own financial uncertainties tells me that this may not be the best time to go forward. Whatever the city staff dedicates its resources to means something else doesn't get done. So if staff has to allocate resources and time and money to a theater, then what's the downside? What gets left off the list? I think that those questions need to be answered. There's certainly some difficult trade-offs that will have to be made. So with that in mind, I think a new theater is a right idea. I think it's just the wrong time. Unfortunately, the financial situation and the staff limitations are going to mitigate this being the right time. So as council members, I would just urge you to decide on your priorities. The fewer top priorities, the better, and number them. And I'd also urge you as council members to support the city in getting its financial house in order before it delineates more expenditures given the unknowns that are there. Kudos to this working group for the theater. I think they've done some great work, and I think they are really talented people, and I commend them. And I hope ultimately, when we get through this season, this could become a very valuable and interesting project for the city. It's just not the right time. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Scott. And then our last speaker is Frank, and he gets 6 minutes, up to 6 minutes, Frank.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm pleased to have the time to talk to you tonight. I spent 4 hours reviewing a Zoom video of the working group in action. My first reaction was shock. Then it moved on to, holy cow, is this really happening? And then I got dismayed, and then I got angry. And what's wrong with this whole approach at this point is basically the council more or less sanctioned a group to go off and market the idea of this theater. I'm not here to say whether it's good or bad, and frankly, I don't care, but the way that we went around doing this really smells rotten in Denmark. Frankly speaking, we know from the video that the members of this working group said that Commissioner Weinberg coached them in great detail on how to sell this to the other commission members. If this is true, Mr. Weinberg should recuse himself from any vote whatsoever. I find what they said in that video to be very disturbing and very, if true, very unethical. This is far different than if I promote off-leash dog hours, which I have, when I basically come forward as a private citizen, do all the work on my own. I'm not given any official status as a working group on behalf of the city. The whole thing has been done incorrectly. As far as the vision statement is concerned, I filled out one of the surveys. I went back and looked at it. It never asked me the question of none of the above, because from my point of view, I want the city to retain its village atmosphere. I don't want it to turn into Mountain View, and I never did, but I was never allowed to register any opinion other than, do you like this option or that option? We did the same thing for the Stevens Creek Trail that Jeannie Bruins spent $300,000 of our 3 years wasting our time on. So the way we went about doing this is not transparent, it's not honest, and it's very deceptive. Nevertheless, a theater could not make sense. But as Scott said, the working group met with the chair of the Financial Commission. He said there was no chance of getting city land. He told them they should find private land to build a theater. He suggested a Masonic building on Main Street. He said there were 60 CIP projects and there was no money to pay for all of them. And the city is basically broke and really doesn't know what its finances are. Moreover, Commissioners Weinberg and Meadows ran on a platform of fiscal responsibility. Taking a plan like this in this stage that lacks a business plan and committing the city to 5 years of not using its parking lot while they see if they can raise $20 million seems to be highly irresponsible and not fiscally responsible to me. As far as the costs are concerned, nobody's going to know until we actually get the bids. See what happened with the community center. it more than doubled in cost once we got to the reality of what it really would be. So I'm afraid that any of the numbers that you have or any of the facts that you have are very much doubtful. As far as the bus barn is concerned, earlier Vicki said it made a profit every year, yet I just got on my iPhone and it requires a 50% subsidy in terms of donations in its current form, and that's the way most of these tiny theaters operate. She says it's 40%. Well, whatever the number is, can we be sure that the city will not be asked to cough up money for ongoing expenses? The other thing is COVID changed everything. Ron Packard asked a relevant question to the members that approached him that they couldn't answer, which is it realistic to assume that the data we collected before the pandemic is now appropriate or accurate in the pandemic or beyond? So as far as I'm concerned, don't be fooled by the fancy slides that are nothing more than unproven aspirations aimed only to con the city into a 5-year commitment for city land, resources, and funding. This work product is such a farce that if it was presented to a venture capital group, I would be immediately escorted out the door. So whether you agree or disagree, I urge you to go look at their own video that shows how they have tried to manipulate public opinion, which is all they've done since March. And what we really need now is to gather real valid data before we embark on such an expensive project that we have no funds to support. Moreover, I'm not aware of any donation for our community center. So how in the world are we going to find someone to cough up 20 million, which will probably turn into something far greater than that? So I'm really disappointed if we move forward on this project at this time. It is not the time. We need to basically get our CIP projects prioritized, as Scott indicated, and we need to properly straighten out our finances before we take on any more projects as large as this one. And finally, this is a big enough decision that if you think it's such a great idea, let the voters decide. Then you'll really know. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Frank. Okay, Frank was the last speaker. We're almost on time. So I'll bring it back to council for discussion and possible action. Don't know who wants to get us started. We heard a lot. And while I'm looking for hands from my colleagues, I will address the adopted versus accepted by Council of the Downtown Vision Plan. For the point I am making, it doesn't matter if it was accepted or adopted. It has been referred to as a guide as we discuss priorities and things as a council we want to consider. And if the minutes say adopted, that's maybe where I picked up the word. But if it's accepted or adopted, I still stand by the underlying point I was making. Okay, council members, anybody wants to get us started? I've gotten us started like 3 times already tonight. Oh, the reluctance. Remember, mayor's prerogative, I can go last. Okay, so I will start the discussion. So the working group, you know, they're asking for 3 different things of council. They're asking for a MOU, and I've seen different forms of this MOU request. And they're also asking for the city to contribute $50,000 towards a feasibility study. And then they're also asking us for, I think as part of that, we could also vote to support having staff resources provide, for example, engineering expertise towards the development of a feasibility study. And so I can start, we can do one at a time. And I asked the question about the MOU at the beginning, because I am familiar, and I know many of us are, with the SLA. And so I wanted to better understand what position that would put the city in if we were to approve the MOU that they're requesting. And so I am right now not inclined to support that version of the MOU, but I am open to, and I know we'd have to work with the city attorney to help us craft the right language. But I am open to a MOU that would, the city wouldn't expend any money or make any financial commitments, but it's identifying, I don't know if it's the parking plaza 12 or the Grail or the specific location, but essentially saying that the city would be willing to, hold that area for a certain number of years that would allow the working group or the Los Altos Stage Company to go out and fundraise and demonstrate that they're able to raise these funds. And the reason why I think MOU is important to this effort, it's because I agree with what Vicky is saying, and I think we've heard from others as well, that in order to go out to potential donors, these donors want to make sure that if they're making a commitment, it's not a commitment to something that isn't real or has the potential to be a reality. And I do think having some form of written commitment from the city, again, we would need to work out the details, but nothing that would have any funding, any staff resources commitment, but basically saying we would reserve or hold this plaza that would allow them to fundraise on, and it would have to include very similar language to what's in the civic center ordinance when it comes to state law housing mandates, because those would also trump any reservation on land we have. If we need to build affordable housing, that would trump this MOU. So it really is a commitment, because I do think it would help to have that kind of commitment from the city for them to go out and fundraise. Because I agree that, for any kind of public-private partnership, they're going to need to raise a lot of money. And I think this could potentially help them have this type of MOU to do that. So I want to stop. I'm going to take each at a time. So I want to see if anybody wants to comment on the MOU concept. And I've moved away from their proposal because I do think we will get into issues with the lease and the SLA. So I want to make sure it's not saying we'll definitively lease. We're not committing to that. It's just reserving this parking plaza to allow them to use that commitment and hopefully raise some private funds. So Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for those opening comments. I think they're quite helpful and will organize our discussion. I agree with what you said, but it seems to me that the biggest issue in front of us is this project feasible? I mean, it's hard to say I support the concept of a downtown theater. There's no question about that. But the cost that we're going to have, the parking spaces that might be taken away, the cost to the city in terms of what we would contribute to the project, or the cost of the city of how much ongoing operation would be. I think we need to know all of that, and I think that there is value in getting the expert opinions that Ms. Reeder was referring to some time ago. So I wonder if, I know you want to look at these issues separately, but I wonder if we can really have a meaningful MOU without first having some kind of a feasibility study to even know whether this is something that is in the realm that we should pursue. I want to get that information first.
And for me, the MOU would also help them raise money for the feasibility study.
So we need the MOU to help them raise money just to get to the part of the feasibility study.
Because they.
Okay. So I really think that there are some great ideas involved in the theater. I think that a great solution is out there, and it's just waiting for not just us, but the community as a whole to find it. I think that there are some legitimate concerns that have been raised, but really to decide whether we should move forward, we need to have a feasibility study. And if we need the MOU to help get that feasibility study, then I'm on board with that.
Thanks, Councilmember Weinberg. Councilmember Meadows.
Sorry, took me a moment to find my unmute. So I'm going to go broader than just the one subject at a time. I find it hard to separate as well. So, you know, the A theater has been in this community for a long time, and this theater has itself been around 27 years, if I was paying correct attention to the presentation earlier. And it has strong support and adds great value to our community. And as has been mentioned, it was included in the downtown vision. So I'm kind of just repeating some basic things there that we've heard tonight. I do think that it's a little bit of chicken and egg in terms of, you know, MOU feasibility. I mean, because I have enough questions that the feasibility, I guess maybe I'm sounding a little bit like Councilmember Weinberg in this regard, but you know, there's questions and there's options that we don't really understand, which I do think it makes it hard to think about crafting an MOU, because what if they're exploring options to not be, I mean, there's downtown vision scenarios that should be explored, but maybe there's other options that the group might want to throw into a feasibility. I don't know. Though, again, depending on the nature of the MOU, I would certainly support that. Where, though, I have the hardest time is that it's hard to look at this in isolation. I believe in a theater for our town. It's been around for a long time. That's not a concept that we necessarily need to prove. It's proven itself, albeit times have changed, but the feasibility study can look at that. But we can't make the decision in isolation. And I think we do need to understand some of our priorities and how much we could potentially decide to give to a feasibility. So I don't know. So this is not making a, you know, millions of dollar commitment necessarily, but I would still like to see our trade-offs in a priority exercise, which we're going to go into in the next couple of months after the holidays. So I support a downtown / local theater, depending what the feasibility says. I support trying to get some progress on our downtown vision, and this is part of it. And I do support, ideally, that we would help fund feasibility or support feasibility in some regard, but I have a hard time thinking of making that in isolation without understanding the other priorities. I think we can probably do it, but it's just, you know, I feel I want to understand the context in which we're making the decision.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank Councilmember Meadows for articulating well some of my own concerns and thought processes in ways that I'm torn a little bit. I remember sitting through participating in our priority setting last January when we said we would not commit any money or staff time to this. And I look at where we are now, 10, 11 months later. We have even greater uncertainties. We've had a greater period of time of uncertainty with COVID. We don't know what we're doing about the parklets. We don't really know what our parking situation and requirements are going to be. We don't know how we're going to come out of this. And perhaps the two bigger uncertainties are our planning for the housing element, which is just getting underway, and also our budget situation. We've heard a number of comments tonight about our budget. it's very clear that it's unclear. We are finding, and I know the city manager is getting ready to bring forward to us either next month or in early July, end of fiscal year and also a mid-year or early year review that will give us a much better picture of what our financial situation is, but everyone seems to agree it's going to be dismal. And because it's going to be dismal and because of the uncertainty that we're facing, for me, right now is not the time to try and move forward with this with the kind of implied council commitment or support that I think this group is seeking, and that the group seems to think is necessary for them to collect the funds needed to do a feasibility study. I don't really know how to solve that because, you know, if I had tasked the staff, and I'm a little concerned about terminology here because we didn't task this working group to develop a proposal. We said we would support listening to one. And the mayor may not remember, but I remember the meeting where the council struggled for some time with the word before they finally said they would accept, not adopt, the downtown vision. But be that as it may, a lot has changed. A lot has changed, and it doesn't change our need to do the right things for downtown. That is very clear. And I want to support things that will help our downtown, but we have overspent on our community center, which puts us in the hole if we are going to spend those funds from Parks and Rec fees, park fees, then it sets aside what we can do with parks. That would allow us to free up funds that we'd otherwise have to be spending out of our operating funds to pay down the debt that we've incurred for doing that. And still in all, we have gross uncertainty over our revenues over the next few years. And we have a list a mile long. We're not even on CIP projects. We don't even know if we can adequately plan to pave our streets. And so although in one sense, $50,000 doesn't seem like a lot of money, at some point we have to say, you know, time out, at least until we have assessed our fiscal situation. I think it would be unwise for us to give any indication of support for this at this time. I think that a year from now, we will be very well situated to know what our fiscal situation is going to be and where we stand with respect to housing, because frankly, I would have an ethical problem with moving forward on an MOU with a caveat that says, oh, but if we need it for housing, then all bets are off. I really think that would be a disservice to this group to go forward on that basis, even though I understand that the mayor calling out that those caveats would have to be there. So Mayor, that's my thinking right now. And I just think, you know, we're a few months, 6 months, 8 months, a little too soon to really be secure in the kind of support that I think this group needs, that this group deserves, for us to answer the questions that my colleagues, Councilmember Weinberg, you, the mayor, and Councilmember Meadows have posed with respect to feasibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Liang.
I want to thank Ms. Reeder for her presentation. I also appreciate the conversation we're having today. I would like to emphasize my concern about moving forward on this. Like everybody stated, we could not have predicted COVID. So once again, we don't know that what direction our economy will take. But what bothers me a lot is in this conversation is like how my fellow council members are unclear on our council priorities. We had that discussion. We were clear what our priorities are. We had feasibility studies on our infrastructure. We stated our finances is our #1 priority. We stated that our infrastructure and deferred maintenance is another priority. We stated that housing is another priority. So I don't know why it seems to be unclear that we have to wait for another discussion on what our priorities are. So that said, I am concerned that we still have not gotten, and it was re-emphasized by Vice Mayor Enander, that our financials really need some understanding by council. Yes, we really cannot, we really have, like someone stated, 60 CIP projects on the list. And we still have items that have been truly identified, needing more attention, needing more finances that we need to address. We have a conversation that's coming up that is definitely going to need our attention and our finances, and that's our law enforcement infrastructure. So I am very concerned that our finances are, you know, we need to line that up to take care of our priorities. We have limited staff. We recognize and we keep saying we have limited staff. We have so many big things that's on our list. Our housing element, the outreach for the housing element. We have to revisit our objective standards and get that straight. We have the SB 9 that we just discussed. We have to refocus our objective standards to address that. So we're all over the map, and we got to remain focused on our priorities. And I'm troubled that we are not doing that. I just feel that I would encourage the working group that their work has not been completed, or they have not done the outreach that they needed to see how to really make this theater happen. We have, like someone identified, a lot of vacancies downtown. Have we reached out to any of those property owners to see how they can work with them? So I just don't feel that they have exhausted every opportunity. And I just feel that moving forward on this would be fiscally irresponsible. You know, our expenditures exceed our revenues. And once again, we are so unclear going forward. And that is our #1 priority. And we cannot do this when we don't even have our #1 priority clear to us. So I am very concerned, and I would have to ask the city attorney, how is this different than having an exclusive negotiating agreement? Because I just feel that this is similar to an exclusive negotiating agreement, and it ties up so much of what our resources are. And I'm very concerned because I think that we're going down the wrong path. So help me understand that.
Well, the MOU is going to be different than an exclusive negotiating agreement because it's just setting out what we intend to do, and it's not going to be as restrictive as an ENA. And under the Surplus Lands Act, you can enter into feasibility studies, and you can look into those things, and it won't trigger the SLA. So if we want to look at feasibility studies and we want to do that, and because it says for the purposes of this SLA, participating in negotiations does not include commissioning of appraisals, due diligence prior to disposition, and it goes on and on. So we would be able to do this preliminary investigation under an MOU and not have to enter into an ENA. So that's how I see it. But you know, but what I don't want is we need to be very careful that we're not pre-committing to this project, and we're not committing funds, and we're not. So we do need to be careful about that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. And so based on the time, Councilmember Meadows, did you have a comment?
I had my hand raised and I know I've had a turn, but I just, there's some clarifications that I think should be made here, or I'd like to make. So briefly, well, I'll try to make it brief. So I don't think that, you know, in this discussion, we've heard some comments, and I don't think it serves any of us well talking about X% of the community center and how much we overspent. And, you know, the council approved a budget, the community center came in under that budget, and you know, that's how it turned out. So I know when people are making those comments, they're talking about a prior initial amount that everyone thought, but I think, you know, not representing correctly that our community center came in under budget, and we did take out a loan, and we actually got very favorable terms on that. And so if we're going to talk about our finances, let's just try to do it accurately, because it really doesn't help the conversation to misrepresent what happened with our community center. So I will say that I think there's a big difference between CIP spending and what we're talking about, potentially what they've asked in terms of you know, contributing towards a feasibility study. So to say that, well, because, you know, we have to achieve the roads and all this stuff, doesn't mean that we can't look at sort of what our discretionary funds are. We give monies to various nonprofits that we support, etc. We have a fund with which we're able to play with, if I can use that term. So I'm not advocating that we do this instead of fixing our roads or instead of the police station. We're not talking at this point about a capital investment. We're talking about seed funding that we're being asked to give. And I'd like to review that seed funding in the context of our monies we have to play with. I think it's apples to oranges if we're talking about the CIP budget versus this. This is not what we're asking. They're asking of us, and this is not what it would require. From my understanding, it's going to take them a number of years to come up with a proposal. So really what we're being asked is seed funding from our, and we have to decide whether we can prioritize that within the monies that we use for that type of smaller activity. And can we give them that? That's what I think the question is before us, not whether we're going to be cutting into our capital expenditures and everything. So I'm looking at comparing it on an apples to apples basis with what our other priorities are within that bucket. And I know money is money, but I don't think it's fair to misrepresent you know, some of the financial situation of the city while having the discussion. And thank you, Mayor, for indulging me in the comments.
No problem. Thanks, Councilmember Meadows. I will put a motion on the floor based on the time, and I think everybody has gotten an opportunity to speak at least once. I do want to first summarize, we're here at least 3 council members for different reasons, because I'm hearing from at least 2 council members that they don't think that financially or from a staff resource perspective that we should be voting to expend any resources or dedicate any resources to the theater at this time. If I'm hearing Councilmember Meadows correctly, she is asking that we discuss this in the broader context of the other priorities, which I know takes place in January or early February during our retreat. And, you know, every year we revisit our priorities. I mean, that's what you do. as an elected official board. I would also add that November 30th, we're discussing our ARPA funding. And I think because 3 council members aren't prepared tonight to support the 50,000 and outside of the context of discussing other things, I do think the discussion, and I think we have it scheduled for November 30th, the ARPA funding discussion may be another opportunity for us to discuss the 50,000 requested, because I agree with Councilmember Meadows that this I don't view the 50,000 as a trade-off from our CIP projects, but I'm comfortable waiting to have a bigger discussion in that context on November 30th as part of ARPA, if there's support there, or if majority would prefer to have that in January when we discuss our priorities and where we want to put the theater, because then that would obviously determine staff and financial resources. But what I do feel strongly about, and I do want to put a motion on the floor, is this idea of a MOU with the Los Altos Stage Company, whereby the city would commit to holding the parcel, and we need to make sure we have the right number, for up to 5 years, that would allow them to take that MOU and fundraise for both the feasibility study, because the $50,000 is not the total cost of the feasibility study. They will still need to raise 150,000 or possibly more, plus the $15 to $20 million for the theater. And I strongly believe the group having this kind of MOU showing some form of commitment from the city is powerful. It would be helpful. We're not committing any finances. We're not committing any staff resources. Those are the 2 big areas I heard from community members and at least 2 council members. So I move, and I'll just make the motion in light of the time, and we still have 2 items left, and I see 2 hands raised. I will come to you after I put the motion on the floor. But I do move that we direct staff, city staff, to draft a memorandum of understanding whereby the city agrees to hold these specific parking plaza area for up to 5 years for the Los Altos Stage Company. I think that's the right entity. And in that MOU, we would have the would have all the normal provisions you have in this kind of MOU, where we're not committing anything. We could even decide at the end of the 5 years, because the MOU is not binding in this context. And I'm showing more of my, like, this is really the right vehicle, at least for this small way to support the next step. So that's my motion. I'll entertain a second, and then we can open it up for discussion. Councilmember Weinberg.
Second.
The motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Weinberg. Before I call the question. So Vice Mayor, do you still want to go ahead? I can't hear you, Vice Mayor.
I just want to clarify that many of our CIP projects and much of our CIP funding comes from, in past years anyway, an excess of revenue over operating expenses. And so there is nothing disingenuous about saying that if we spend it here, we may be taking money from CIP projects. That is a simple fact of how our budgeting works. I just wanted to be clear about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Lee Ang.
So I want to make it clear. I take my fiscal responsibility very seriously, and I don't play with the residents' money. So when we stated that how you're using this to play with the seed money, I'm uncomfortable with it, because I don't play with our residents' money.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Lee Ang. So City Clerk, we have a motion by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Weinberg. Can you please call the roll?
Sure. Councilmember Meadows.
So it's hard to vote on something that we don't see, the MOU.
So Councilmember It's directing staff to prepare it. It will come back to us. We're not voting on it. We all need to see what it says.
All right, yes.
Okay. Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ing,
No.
Vice Mayor Enander,
No.
and Mayor Fliger.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes 3-2.
Thank you, City Clerk, and Vicky, thank you again. And thanks for sticking around with us till 11:20. Thank you. And thanks to the working group. Okay, we still have 2 items that we plan to do tonight. So I want to move to the reconsideration request. And this is the first time we're doing this, at least in recent history. So I want to make sure everybody understands this process. It's in our norms, and our city attorney actually updated the norms recently. And I think it actually makes it even clearer on how the process works. So a request was submitted by Councilmember Weinberg and seconded by the Vice Mayor. And that's what the norms require. To get it on the agenda, we need 2 council members. Councilmember Weinberg and Vice Mayor Enander still will need a 3rd vote to support the request to place a motion for reconsideration on the agenda. If there are 3 or more council members that support placing the motion for reconsideration on the agenda, then we will immediately go to the motion for reconsideration. In the norms, we do not specify the amount of time the mover of the motion gets, but from a reasonable time perspective, talk with the city attorney and we will give the maker of the motion up to 5 minutes. Of course, the maker of the motion will also participate in any subsequent discussion. And so the first step is for a request to be made, seconded, that will be voted on. Then we will move to the motion if it passes. If it fails, then that would be the end of it. And we will take public comment after we go through those 2 motions. So with that, Councilmember Weinberg, I will turn to you because you were the one who initiated this request. City Attorney, go ahead.
I just have to advise everyone that we're not getting into the merits or if there was an error or facts or anything. It is just, do you want to reconsider this? All that other information is if the motion passes and we have the hearing on the 30th. So we don't get into the details. And even if members of the public get into the details, you just need to, are you going to reconsider or not? So I just want to clarify your role tonight.
Okay, thanks, City Attorney, and thanks for that reminder. So Councilmember Weinberg, let's start with you.
Thank you, Mayor. I really don't have anything to add to the email that I sent to the city manager on October 28th. That email is a part of the packet for tonight. The email speaks for itself.
Thank you. So the request was made by Councilmember Weinberg, and Vice Mayor, do you second that request?
I do, Mayor, and may I add that according to our norms, and we are conforming to those, the request made by Councilmember Weinberg was as someone who had previously voted yes on the motion, and that is a critical point that I don't think has been made yet.
Thank you, and you're right. So thank you for that. So City Clerk, the first step is now to have a vote on this request to place a motion for reconsideration on the agenda.
Okay. So Councilmember Lee Ing,
Yes. So just to make clear, the motion is, do we want to reconsider? So I'm making it clear.
So the first step is to hear the motion for reconsideration.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
put it on the agenda.
Yes, I would like to hear it.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Mayor Fliger,
No.
Councilmember Meadows,
No.
and Vice Mayor Enander.
Yes.
So that motion passes 3-2.
So your request has been granted, Councilmember Weinberg, and so now you can make this motion for reconsideration. You have up to 5 minutes. And City Attorney, what is he limited to again in making the motion?
He will need to state, well, he just needs to state that there are facts that weren't previously known or there was an error, but we don't get into that discussion. So he's going to propose why it needs to be reconsidered, but the rest of the council doesn't get into that discussion until we have it agendized on the 30th, because that gives the applicant and the public an ability to comment on the reconsideration.
Thank you, City Attorney. So Councilmember Weinberg, please go ahead and make your motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Based on my belief that there are facts and circumstances which are relevant to the agenda item, which were not included in the staff report, I move that we reconsider the motion that was passed at our last meeting on what was it, October 26th. I'm making this motion pursuant to norm 11.8B1. And ultimately, I believe that the new facts and circumstances mean that we do not warrant, that affirmative findings are not warranted under section 14.78.060 of the LAMC.
And Councilmember Weinberg, you need to state the facts that you're saying that you learned of or the error.
Okay, I thought I wasn't supposed to get into the specifics.
Mayor, it's okay if he just says that, because he'll get into the facts and the specific at the further hearing. Because he just needs to say that he believes that there was errors and not get into the details. At least that's.
I didn't say errors. I said I think that there were facts and circumstances that did not find their way into the staff report and thereafter into the record.
So City Attorney, I think he has to state the basis. We're not going to discuss or deliberate, because otherwise, how are we going to know whether or not they're valid facts to support a rehearing?
Well, and he said that he believes that he doesn't believe the findings were sufficient, and you could ask him to clarify that a little bit, but I don't want a discussion of that. So you can request him to say he could clarify the findings.
And I will second the motion. I find the motion sufficient.
Okay, so we have the motion on the floor and seconded by the Vice Mayor. So let's then do council questions, and I'm happy to get us started again. So either Councilmember Weinberg, the maker of the motion, or Vice Mayor, can you share with us, because for me to consider whether or not to support this motion, I would appreciate hearing without debating the specific facts that you thought were not included in the record.
So City Attorney, am I allowed to answer that question specifically?
You can answer it generally, because I believe that your request for reconsideration was that you're not considered, you don't believe the findings were that the affirmative findings were sufficient. So you can say in some general terms about it and not get into the details. Yes. So
yeah. Okay. So it's come to my attention that some of the trees which are going to be removed from the existing property are protected trees. It's in chapter 11 of the LAMC. I'm sorry, I don't have the citation in front of me. There are 3 criteria in that specific code section which identifies protected trees. And one of those sub-code sections identifies trees that, I think the language was something to the effect of trees that were planted in accordance with a landscaping plan part of a project approved by council. And forgive me, I'm butchering the actual language, more or less, that's what it says. So it's come to my attention, those are probably protected trees. I've asked staff to gather more information and to disseminate that information to the entire council, which hopefully we'll have well before the next hearing. But that's the basis.
Yeah, and that would be sufficient, because under the norms, the testimony shall be limited to the facts giving rise to the motion. So he has said that there's an issue about the findings in the trees. So I think everybody's on notice about that. So.
No, and I do think this is exactly what we needed. He needed to state the facts that gave rise to the motion. And so thanks for clarifying. That's my question. Does anybody else have questions for the maker of the motion before we go to public comment?
Well,
virtual hands, please.
Oh.
Councilmember Lee Ang.
But we can't ask questions, because if we ask questions, then he can't address it anyhow.
I agree. It doesn't mean you're not entitled to ask questions.
Oh, okay, that's okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, you're very limited, and you've been given the facts, and you just need to say, do I want to reconsider? Do I want another hearing on this on November 30th? That's
Do I want to hear the facts? That's the question.
Yeah, just the facts, yes. So.
The facts. Okay, so I don't see any more hands. Councilmember Meadows, I don't see your hand. And again, there's not much we could ask, but I think it was necessary for the new facts to be stated. Okay, so then let's go to public comments.
Councilmember Meadows still has a question.
Do you, Sally? I don't see your hand.
No, I'm vacillating. I just don't, I'm not sure that's new information, but I mean, we can all do our research.
Thank you, Councilmember Meadows. And we will have discussion before we vote on the motion. So City Clerk, I do see hands being raised. Based on the time, I am going to do 1.5 minutes each.
Okay.
Please go ahead and call the first person.
Our first speaker is Teresa Morris.
Good evening once again. Thanks for being here so late and doing all this work. So just briefly, I too believe things were missing from the report, and I would say take a look at the downtown design guidelines on page 54, page 70, I think. And just the general intent of the downtown guidelines. This, the proposed parking lot does not meet any of those guidelines. And yes, and there is an issue with a number of those trees. So I'm happy and I'm hoping that it will be discussed again. I'm a little confused about the process. Thanks.
Thanks, Teresa.
Our next speaker is Roberta. Roberta?
Oh, hi all. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So yes, I'm very pleased that you're going to go back and discuss it, because I did think that there were things that were missing. I know the Complete Streets Commission discussed, but mistakenly did not make a motion, but they did have recommendations on the ATMP. I'm concerned about the cumulative traffic. I'm concerned about the location in the downtown entrance to our town. And I'm also concerned that the responsibility of the Packer Foundation in replanting trees in other locations is troublesome, because I did find out that Gary Hedden's group, and I really admire what they're doing, they do not grind out stumps. And, you know, there are locations along San Antonio Road, along El Monte, at Grant Park, where trees could be replaced, but they simply do not have the capability or the equipment to do what would need to be done in a very proper way so that the trees would be survived and, we wouldn't have stumps all over Los Altos for the next 30 years. So I think there are quite a few issues that need to be explored deeply. And Anita Eander has brought this back for discussion because I think it is worthwhile in planning for the future that we take in consideration all the intended and unintended consequences. And even from the beginning, I said, I think that we can reach a compromise.
Thanks, Roberta. Your time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more attendee hands, so I'll bring it back to council. I don't know if we have any room for discussion. So we have the motion by Councilmember Weinberg, seconded by the Vice Mayor, to notice a rehearing of this item. And the city attorney indicated that it would be on November 30th. And so the normal notices that we would send out to the applicants, we will do that. And so that's the motion. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Vice Mayor Enander,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
Yes.
Mayor Flegger,
No.
Councilmember Meadows.
No.
Okay, thank you. That motion passes 3-2.
Thank you, City Clerk. And so we'll move to our last discussion item, which is the Lehigh Subcommittee item. We want to hear from you guys, so I will turn it over to you.
We included a report. Oh, I didn't want to just jump. Is that okay, Councilmember Meadows? We included a report, so I'm trying to make this quick. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I think our report covers everything and it's quite succinct. So do you have further questions? I'd be glad to answer any other questions regarding the lawsuits, and where we stand. And we had a very knowledgeable individual that sent the council an email today that highlighted everything further. So please do not hesitate to ask us any questions.
Thanks, Councilmember Liang and Councilmember Meadows, and you both did an excellent job on the memo. So this is the quality of work we expect. So thank you. Panelist hands, let's see. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the subcommittee for your report. I have some questions about the report. What is a State Mining and Reclamation Act inspection?
So the State Reclamation Act will help us to make sure that that line across that mountain heat there is put back properly. And so there is concerns about how it might have a landslide or how we can repair that. So they help in providing guidance in that area.
Well, was there some special circumstance that triggered that inspection, or is this just something that happens regularly at every quarry?
I think the answer is yes.
And the report says annual, so I think it's, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What is a bluestone aggregate mining operation?
Well, right now, what they do with the mining is they've now done some subcontracting or have another, how would I say, organization, because they're not able to do the mining there. So they bring in some of the aggregate and they have another business operate that sort of like allowing, how would I say, they allow another, allow them to utilize another service so they can continue to operate and make money.
So if I can, I think what Councilmember Weinberg was asking is what is a bluestone aggregate mining operation. Bluestone is just one type of material, and that's what they're mining at the Stevens Creek quarry. And I do want to not forget that we posed some questions for council. So yeah, there's issues around all these things, and that's what Councilmember Liang was going into, some of the issues. But it's just each of these quarries mine whatever the materials are that they have there under the ground. So the bluestone is a description of what's done at Stevens Creek Quarry. But continue with your question.
Okay, so bluestone is what they're actually mining. From the report, it wasn't clear to me if this was some kind of a industry item.
Yes,
All right.
yes, it is. It's a specific type of something. It's not cement. It's something else.
All right. In terms of the MOU between the county and Mid-Penn, what enforcement is Mid-Penn doing and what enforcement is the county doing? How are they dividing up the work?
Mid-Penn really doesn't have a role in enforcement. It's actually the county that does. And then
so what does the MOU accomplish?
And the county planning commission and the county organizations. So it's not really Mid-Penn that enforces these things.
I can actually add to that because I know this from being there. So Councilmember Liang is correct. The enforcement agency is the county, but Mid-Penn is actually the eyes and ears. They're the ones who are tracking everything, reporting back to the county. And so they work hand in hand and will report things they're seeing. So the county really relies on Mid-Penn to be the eyes and the ears there. But
okay, so the Mid-Penn is more the watchdog and the county is the enforcement.
Yes.
Got it. All right.
Actually, can I add, because one part Mid-Penn does have their own responsibility for, but the county has also given Mid-Penn the responsibility for their part of the oversight too. So they're watchdogging over a broader area, and the county has asked them to do that. Hence the partnership. Yeah.
All right. There was also some discussion in the report about a bond. And is this bond simply there if Lehigh wants to close the site or abandon the site and they don't properly clean up the site, then the county can go after the bond? All right, so there are no circumstances under which the county can go after the bond now. It's to ensure that Lehigh actually does what they're supposed to do in the event that they leave.
It's
Correct.
to ensure that they follow the guidances that they have been provided regarding the Reclamation Act, as well as, cleanup.
Okay. That's all I have right now for questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. I don't see any more hands, and because of the time, I do want to go to the questions that the subcommittee has posed. And I'm happy to give my 2 cents, asking the direction council, whether or not the council wants to give direction to the Environmental Commission subcommittee. I am actually Councilmember Liang and Councilmember Meadows, you're the experts on this. I am fine deferring to both of you to develop that direction and scope for the Environmental Commission. And then on the second question, again, if you think having this expanded scope is necessary to your work, I'll support it as well. So that's just looking at the questions for council. That's my reaction. I see the vice mayor's thumbs up. So is Councilmember Weinberg. City Attorney, do we need a motion to amend the direction to the subcommittee on this? Because we had given them a scope direction before.
I would do a motion just to clarify, because it's in the minutes, and if anyone questions it later, that you did do a formal motion, so I would.
My recommendation, because there's really 2 parts about whether we look at Stevens Creek Quarry when it overlaps with Lehigh, or just as a broadened scope. And I would actually advocate, but actually Councilmember Liang and I haven't discussed this, but I would advocate we only look at Stevens Creek Quarry when it's overlapping with Lehigh. That's what our original scope was. And I think we should stick with that. And again, worry about Stevens Creek Quarry only when it overlaps with the Lehigh issues.
Councilmember Liang, before we go to a motion, are you comfortable? Because you gave us either or, and you didn't advocate for one over the other.
I think they're tied together, so I think it's to understand, because it would affect water issues, and we care about our air and water issues. So I think it's important to monitor both or be involved with both.
Okay, subcommittee, what's your recommendation? Councilmember Meadows, any objections to making it and instead of or?
That's fine.
Okay. Vice Mayor, are you getting ready to make a motion?
I am. I would like to move that we amend the tasking and charter of the ad hoc committee to cover affirmatively both the Stevens Creek Quarry and Lehigh as opposed as to their first question, and to delegate to them full authority to scope and task and involve the Environmental Commission as referenced by their other question as posed in their report.
Thank you. We have a motion by the Vice Mayor and I will second it. Before we go to a vote, City Clerk, keep me honest. Did we do public comment on this item? No. So then before we actually vote on the motion, let's go to public comment.
Madam Mayor, I do not see anybody with their hands raised.
Okay, thank you. So then let's bring it back to council. We have a motion on the floor. I don't see any hands raised for further discussion. So City Clerk, please go ahead and call the roll.
Okay, Councilmember Meadows,
Yes.
Mayor Fliger,
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Enander,
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Liang,
Yes.
and Councilmember Weinberg.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
I wanted to thank the council for their support on this item.
Thank you. And I hope you guys have met or will be meeting with Mid-Penn, because now that they have the enforcement rights that the county is working with them, I know they're even more involved.
And I want to thank the committee as well, because this is an important, very important issue.
And we've been in touch, Eureka's been in touch with us, so.
Yes, we've been communicating with Eureka, so.
Thank you both. Okay, we will close this item as I pull up the agenda. And then move to, we have informational items, and that's just our tentative council calendar. We do plan to hopefully have it on our November 30th agenda as a discussion item like we normally do every quarter. And so that November 30th agenda is looking pretty crowded, we'll see. Next, we will have the council staff reports and directions on future agenda item. And I always like to start with staff since council has been talking for the last 5 hours. So Mr. England.
Mayor, I will give just a very short break tonight. I do not have anything to report.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to get us started? I only have two things. One is, as you know, Los Altos and Los Altos Hills are doing a combined Honoring Veterans Day celebration on Thursday from 4 to 6 p.m. at Veterans Plaza. There are different co-sponsors involved, the Town Crier, the Chamber, Rotary, Los Altos Hills, and Los Altos. So residents listening, council members, please come out. We will have food, beverages, music, and entertainment, and some testimonials from veterans. So look forward to celebrating and honoring our veterans on Veterans Day. And then the second thing, it's a future agenda item. The county has a subcommittee that's been working on a suicide prevention policy. Typically, if the county has a resolution that it would like the cities to adopt, we automatically put that on our agenda because it's a jurisdiction, a sister jurisdiction, and we normally put it on our agenda. This is a subcommittee, and I know the work they're doing will make its way up to the county, but it's not with the board yet. And so I didn't want to just put it on the agenda. So I would need, it's already drafted, so there's no staff work, I guess, in putting together the report, but it's a suicide prevention policy for the county and steps we would take as a community to support those efforts. And I will tell you, I sent it over to CHAC, which provides mental health services for many families and kids in our community, and they liked it. And so I would love to get that on our agenda for November 30th. So I would need, I see Councilmember Weinberg, Councilmember Lee Eng. Thank you. And that's it for me. Who would like to go next? Okay, I can see. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Meadows.
I was just going to say I did the city council office hours and not a single person showed up, but I did get my desk cleaned up and got some shredding done.
It's not you, Sally.
I know, because they don't know who's going to be there, right?
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Vice Mayor.
Just a reminder, if you've not yet responded to Angel's request, second request, to indicate whether you're planning to go to the Joint Volunteer Awards ceremony on December 3rd, please respond, and please respond in the affirmative. We did not have this last year, and we have 10 wonderful awardees, and you're gonna wanna be there. So, and the other is that I would ask you to check your calendars, because one of the questions that's going to be coming around will be for our priority setting schedule. And we traditionally have done that on a Saturday in January. So look at January 8th and 15th to see what your preference would be. And hopefully we will have that set when we meet on November 30th, based on what we decide to do about having a facilitator and their availability. So we're going to push it up, see if we can't do it a little sooner by scheduling it well or far in advance.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I like that. Okay, I don't see any more hands. You don't have to do a report. Councilmember Lee Eng, go ahead.
I do want future agenda items. So I think you're pretty clear on what I asked for before, but this time I think what I want to ask is to make sure it's something I've talked about when we talked about the Friends of the Library. And after talking about what happens tonight, I think we should have a discussion about how we utilize our public lands. So I'd like to see if we can have a discussion, and it does not need a staff report, but a discussion on how we use our public land and making sure we can have a policy on that.
Okay, so we have a request from Councilmember Lee Eng, and she's not asking for a staff report, just a council discussion. So any council member would like to second that. And obviously, Councilmember Lee Eng, it won't make the 11:30 agenda, I can tell you right now, but a future agenda item.
That's fine, that's fine.
So my question to the council member is, are you willing to have us consider that at our priority setting?
Okay. I could do that.
Priority policy.
That's fine, because it'll come faster if I do it there.
And I'll support us looking at it there.
Okay. So we'll put that, perfect, and I know the city manager takes notes too. So, all right, Councilmember Weinberg, here's your chance.
Oh, one more thing I forgot to mention. We have a VTA Citizens Advisory Committee that's always looking for applicants. So It's available on the VTA website. So if you're interested in serving VTA, please go on the website and fill out an application.
Is it for residents? Because maybe the city manager can include it in his weekly report.
Yes, it is for residents' participation.
Did you hear that, Mr. England?
I'll send him the information.
Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna close the meeting before midnight. Is Mr. Maginot still with us? Yes, he is. So we will adjourn the meeting at 11:54 p.m. And thank you, everybody, really. Thank you. I thought it was a good night. Okay, thank you.